wonder if that worked. I'm hoping it did. We'll find out. So when you draw structure beam, always love that. Anyone know why they can't see that? Because the structure is drawn going down and the view range is stopping at 0. So if I made that deeper, because everyone in the structural, oh, maybe not. Yeah. Oh, I put it a 1. Didn't I? -1. Because if you're working and you work all day in structural, you realize they draw a floor plan completely different than everyone else. They draw from level 1 everything that's below level 1, which is interesting because that's where Eric's got some questions on this key plan of saying what your actual view range is. And I'm going to show you with the Honeywell, hopefully. I'll have to get that file transferred over. But anyway, because the structural world draws in a negative direction, there it is. All right. When I picked that, you see how I got these grip handles at the end? Right? They're like coping. The blue dot is still out here, but that allows me to drag the end of the beam. It also allows me to do all of this cool stuff up here, right? Now, if we take that same family, we'll edit that family, and now I want to just load this not into a project, okay, but into an actual family. I can draw that beam. That's not proving true there. I guess the offsets are in there. Well, maybe I'm just going to eat my words then. So I guess if you really should be using those structural elements inside these subfamilies instead of the thing I tried to create. Why? I've got to remind myself why this didn't work. Let's see if it creates that functionality between create similar. No. Come on. So the question then becomes, it does hold that. And I guess what I always had a hard fight with was if I wanted to change this to another style, you didn't end up with any additional styles. Then you would go here and you would say edit type, and you would be looking at, this is what concerns me. This is what I've always struggled with. I don't know. Maybe you're not that way. But when I come in and I see all of this stuff and I have no idea what the heck changes my size. In other words, how could I make this into a 12 by 30 or a whole nother size? Are you not in that same category? Do you have that problem, Eric?
I need you to say that again.
So in other words, if you're trying to use a family inside of a family, yeah, maybe it doesn't hold true.
Well, I mean, they're in the groups, right? So you got your structural analysis group, and then below that, you have your section geometry group. So it's as long as they're categorized properly.
And see, that's where I had the problem right there, was this height and this width. Is if I already had a height and width, because if you look at one of my families looks like this. Now this is the family I was working on creating. This family allows me same kind of benefits, which I didn't realize was going to occur. So if it's a linear based family and you draw end to end with where where the actual control line is, they sort of have some benefits of being sticky. You see how they're sticking together?
Yep.
Now, what mine allowed me to do was you would see if you pick my channel and you hit edit type, you'll see all it has is a height and a width. Because when you're writing that, remember, this is a family inside of a family. There's not ever going to be a structural analysis. This is when you just need some tube steel. You look at the model you're trying to build for the family, and you see, I got some tube steel on the bottom, and I got a couple pipes on this thing as well. You only need those couple simple objects for inside the family. If you start doing it with the structural framing, is what you're going to find, okay, is when people were trying to build that family and they imported a bunch of those structural families, they don't ever clean them up. And when you do your purge in your project, you don't find those families until you do this test to see that your files are over a megabyte, your families are over a megabyte in size. So in other words, it's real easy to get that if you don't clean your family up. But what I'm looking for is something that works very simple, and the one that always got me was I didn't see a good way to clean this up. And see, that's where I should be able to go up into its coping. I should have a beam cope, and I don't think I do. I'm not seeing it here. Let me go back to that last project, which would be level 1. Yes. Yep, that's it. So when I pick this beam, I have cope. When I'm in this view, no, doggone it. You can't get these straight worth a damn. There you go. See, I don't have the cope. And that's what always drove me nuts. Do you guys both see where I'm at? Because I don't have the ability to cope the end of that beam because I'm in a family. You only have that ability when you're in a project. What else is that way? What else is that way? If I'm in a family, how the hell do I draw a piece of pipe? If my family's a hot water heat, how do I draw a piece of pipe?
The family is not a project. Yeah, it's a totally different type of document.
I understand, but when I am given a piece of equipment that is fabricated from some steel and fabricated with some pipe, how am I supposed to do that? You understand? This is where I'm going with this. This is where I'm saying that I came up with the idea and understand this guy is so simple in the sense that if I want to change his size in my family and I only want it to be a 4-inch width, 8-inch height, it automatically changed it all, kept it linked. If I come to here and select all of these, I have some really neat advantages. I can rotate that profile. So I can go 90 degrees if that thing's not standing up. And that was where I still need to resolve what my cut depth is when I rotate that. That was the last little bug that I had in this. Now you'll see I don't have that problem with my tube steel. Okay, so as I'm drawing this guy, you'll see if I want to fix all those, I know that I need to change my angle starts and angle ends to 45 degrees. Actually, it might be
minus 45.
It is. And that, remember, is a case of how I drew this. See, now if I go create similar, remember, it's going to keep those angle starts and angle ends. So it was the direction I drew it. Now, I would, I guess, have a question, and that is, if I took all of these guys, I should be able to tab select them. Can I flip them? No. So I can't do a space bar and flip them. And I was hesitant to putting the flip controller in there, but you see, so what happens is in the tube steel, I don't have the rotation of that profile at the end, because all I would do is say, if I wanted this to be 1 foot by 4 inches, right? Oh, no, I don't want it in that direction. I want the 1 foot in the other direction. What my thought process was, I would just edit this here and change this to 4 inch and change this to 1 foot. And that would rotate it over. Well, that worked great for tube steel, right? It doesn't work so good for your channel, which is why I was playing with these channels. Let's see, I should be able to tab and select all of those that are chained. If I have my channel turned in, and you see how that's the channel turned in, or the channel turned out. And that is a very common part for most of these skids, is a little bit of framing. That is the typical, I mean, you guys have seen them. And if we just make the couple simple parts that go in, I was going to make bolt heads, I was going to make some casters to go underneath. I don't see any reason you can't make a pump, right? It doesn't need to be shaped exactly as, and that's where people go so wrong, is that everyone I see that has sort of written up how a family should be be done. And we're actually going to look at a couple of those because I've downloaded them, and that was what I figured we'd talk about today, is they have some really good rules, but they're all missing the freaking point. They're all missing the fact that what really is important about that family is that other people who view that object on a drawing, in a model, in a coordination meeting, they recognize that object. The working envelope and the clearance boxes, that's what's really critical. And instead, everyone tries to figure out, we'll try to make it flexible in this way, try to put lots of parameters in it. They all tend to have way too many parameters and way too much information, where they're not trying to, and that was, I thought, Jaffe, what you said you wanted to sort of pick my brain on this week.
Do people still do the proprietary stuff, like Revit City would have so many parameters attached inside their model or inside their family that you didn't even know was bringing all this color schemes and stuff?
I'm sure it's only gotten worse. That's the idea, is that's what I think is broken the most about Revit, is those families, and those families are no longer friendly to use. Now, what my thinking is, when I pick on this family right here, there is no reason right here on construction or constraints, you couldn't have a link to a little 10-minute video that showed you how to use that family. And if we did that, you would make it so that people could use the families. Because unfortunately, I just remember when I started playing with families, I was like, I'm never using the linear-based family. But seeing it now, I think the linear-based families are unbelievably powerful. But they're too powerful to use when you're a rookie. Not if there's a little help on how to use it. I mean, you see it. This thing, I haven't laden it down with a lot of extra parameters. Okay, you see how simple my parameter list looks there? And I go here, you see how simple my parameter list looks? Now watch this. If I go into that family and I say, oh no, I want this to be a structural framing, and this is actually a section shaped channel. And let's see, which one is it? No, none of those channels. Oh, there it is. Channel slope. Okay. Soon as I say that and load it back into that project, or into that family, now it becomes so much harder to work with because now look at all these parameters. Okay. More importantly, look at in the type. Look at all these parameters. Jaffe, can you see this right here?
Yep.
You see how it put the underbar X at the end of it? Because it still has a height and a width.
That'll mess you up on it.
That'll mess you up bad because I sat here and said, why did this thing grow in shape? That shouldn't have grown in shape because I didn't overwrite any parameters because they were switched to absolutely new parameters. Show me in your documentation where it says it's going to do that. That's not how other families behave. Okay. If I now here's the part that absolutely busted my chops. Okay. So I said, okay, let me go back and fix that. And maybe it was something I did here. And let me go take this back to cabinetry, or let me take this back to, I'm going to go to casework. And I say, okay. And I look at my parameters now. A lot of those parameters got cleaned up, but look what I got now. See how I have a height and a height X? All right. So let's turn this guy now to a generic model. All we should have is a height and a height X. I'm going to rename my height X back to what it was before Autodesk messed it up. Okay. Now I'm going to change it to casework. And you're going to see that the casework kept the height and the depth. Now, why would someone do that? If I go to height and depth right now, or height and width, and I edit them, you're going to see it says what? Built-in parameter. I can't change it to an instance parameter. Right? So this is where that break is just an intolerable break, because you'll notice that if I go back to a generic model, then go to my parameters, which are no longer built-ins, and I make them an instance. Now change it back to my casework. I can actually make casework that has instance parameters for the height, width, and the depth. Okay? Can't do that with other type families. Structural family is one of those ones that does the X. Let's check the other one that I saw that I had that problem with was if we take him and we go to an entourage. No, planting. I wonder if the entourage works the same as the planting. We'll have to double check that. So let's check the parameters now. Look.
You mean with the adjustable height?
See what that one did when I changed it to entourage? It recreated that damn height X. Yeah, I mean with the adjustable height there, is exactly what I'm talking about. You see that, Jeff?
Yep.
Did that make sense, what I was explaining to you?
Uh-huh.
And the interesting part is it does some real hard work. It took that height and made it height X in all my formulas. It tried to do its own error trapping. My question is, why does one family behave that way? Remember, I haven't actually gotten out of this file. This is all something that Autodesk is in control of over here on these on the category types. And where it's stemming from, understand, is all coming from me wanting to have the ability to have extremely simple families over here that only have a couple little parameters so that they're very easy for the beginner user, the early user, or when you don't want to focus on it. Because some of this is just not that critical. Now, could one of you guys open up Eric, you in a good spot? Could you open a family for me?
What do you want?
Yeah, I just want to see this in a higher version. I want you to open up a channel family. So if you were going to draw a structure and then said load and loaded the channel family. No, go
That's
to a
not-
plan view. Go to a plan view. Any plan view, don't matter. All right, now draw like you're going to draw a piece of structural steel. Structure. No, first one. Structure. There you go. A beam. Load. Yes, that's what I want you to get to. All right. Where's all your standards? This is where you probably had to go up to 2020 or something. Something about your load was a little bit wonky. That's probably why you're not getting that Pi Revit stuff. Keep one more. Now go in your 2020 folder. Structural framing. Steel. And it was a channel. That's it. Just draw a little piece of it and then do the 15 by, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So of course it's not going to be seen unless you go to a 3D view. Oh, this is one that's got a cut below. So it won't let you select it, but I think if you can hit tab, I think it'll let you select it. Nope. You know why it's doing that, Eric?
Because it's underlay.
No. It has everything to do with your cut plane, your view range.
Okay.
Check your view range, and I'll bet that the upper lower number is written for 0. No. Oh, because your discipline's plumbing. Cancel. The view discipline is set for plumbing. Set it for coordination, then you'll see it, then you'll be able to select it. It was because it was an underlay object, because that's what an underlay object is supposed to do, is you're not supposed to accidentally select underlay objects. So sometimes it's really benefit to have that concept under your belt, because then you know where to change your view range so you're not selecting a bunch of stuff that you don't want to be selected. Now, I just wanted you to edit that family. And I wanted to talk over with you. Have you ever played with this family before?
I'm sure at one time or another I have.
Okay, so the way the structural families work, it's a little bit overkill when we talked about how it's not really important to have super accurate things drawn. Is they have a complex shape, a medium detail, and a fine detail.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's why the one channel looks grayed out. And all those are is profiles. If you would pick either one of those guys, actually, you know what you can do is do this. Hit your plus in the families in the browser. Yep, that plus down there. Yeah, expand them all. All right, you see the profiles that you've got? You got 2 profiles in here. Channel profile fine and channel profile medium. Would you open that channel profile fine? Excellent. Now, my question to you, go find me the reference planes that are in origin.
Looks like this one's hidden behind everything.
Well, that might be the one then. No. No. How about you do this? How about you pick on a reference plane
Mm-hmm.
and do ISO, IG or what is it called?
HC? No, IC.
I see. Yeah, I see. Okay, so now pick on one. If it ain't it, hide it.
All right. So nothing defines its origin.
That's why I wanted to see. I just wanted to see it in yours as well as mine. Can you explain that to me? Either one of you guys, how it can do that?
Is it in a different view or?
No.
I guess if you went to the plan view, but you can't change the cut plane. There is no view range in a profile. This is where. Thank you guys for joining me, because this is the shit that drives me absolutely nuts. When I'm like, what? How? Now, beautiful part, I will tell you, is I actually wanted the origin to be defined by the center of the object in both directions so that I could rotate this thing. Because understand, what I didn't want to do is I just didn't want to go recreate this profile. That's all I didn't want to do. Now, if you look in this profile, go to your categories and parameters, or not categories, the parameters, the lower one. Can you explain to me what those lock numbers mean? Why those locks are checked on? Because that I haven't been able to ever figure out.
Don't know.
Well, that's one that I would need some help with. Now, what I did is you'll notice in there that there was two numbers that actually drove the width. Go back into that again. And see, here's the part that gets me is you would think that I would get a profile like this from what Jaffe originally showed me in the structural framing, because we're telling it that that's a taper-edged channel. They've actually made a profile for it, which I'm just saying, why do we have to build all of this extra data and have all these possible breaks in the link? But you'll see that the D value and the BF value, those are actually the height and the width.
Okay.
Okay. So all I do is when I push that, I'm going to go to my screen. See, because the whole idea was what I did not want to do, if I edit this guy, I just wanted to use their profiles. And then all I did in the profile was, you see, I just linked the HT because that's what the value is. But what gets me is, why in the hell don't they let me pick if I have this, if I'm saying it's this size shape, right? If I'm saying it's that or that, why don't I get to use that shape to extrude by or sweep by? Why is Autodesk making it so that if you're don't make the family in the exact steps, you have to make it the proper steps. Once you do that, then you have to, because it would rename the H, right? So you would have to.
Is it a specialized profile? Or is it just a profile?
No, it's not even. This is not even a profile. This is just warning you. This thing here, what Jaffe was trying to show us with what he pulled up, if you read it closely and understood it, is just adding all of the parameters. So that means that it's all that's doing is saying, give this family all of these built-in parameters. See, clear web height. If I look at it, it's a built-in parameter. Now that doesn't occur if I change myself to another shape.
Okay.
I mean, I had no clue of this before. See the web height and all of that?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying that's so frustrating is, why wouldn't you do all of that with if you're going to do it the way that they're doing it, pulling it from this guy here, right? All this information you don't have, right? I only have whatever one's type I brought in. Why is the escape not working? On the wrong screen. Try that again. So if I'm in this view and I pick this, so my question is, why don't all of this get looked up from a lookup table instead of having all of these weird numbers? This should all say, look in the lookup table, look in the lookup table, look in the lookup table, and they should have that lookup table attached. Now, I'm going to tell you, I know why, because they made the lookup tables for people in the mechanical and the plumbing sector, not for the structural people. So the structural developers at Autodesk didn't ever even update that structural information. I mean, we're talking about a simplest channel. This is done over and over. But what it happens is, if you have a channel in a project, if you've ever tried to go change that channel size to another channel size, why should you have to look all that up? Why shouldn't it be already in the managed lookup table?
Yeah.
Now, the beauty that we have with Jaffe is we can do exactly what we're talking about. Why does this all become so problematic? Is because when you try to do, let's see if it's still there. Loading the project. No. Where the heck is my? I'm having a little bit of a brain spasm. Load family is what I was wanting, right? So what I'm saying is, when you load any of these families, do you know what it's going to do? It's not going to do these driven by a lookup table. It's going to do these driven by, so let's say the most common shape, Jaffe. If you could go.
I got to jump off. I got to jump in a meeting here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you see the direction that I'm going? Do you think you could, what, and I'll open it, but watch this. So if I go into W shapes, it's going to open this thing here. Right? This is not a lookup table. This is the types. This is where everyone has a hard time with structural. They have to pick the ones that they want to load. Once you've picked the ones you want to load and you have them in your project and you say, oh, I want to make another one, I want to edit the type and switch, you'll see you only have these two. Why should we have to relook all this stuff up? What I want to try to solve, Jaffe, is I want to try to solve, let's see, load family. If I go in here, let's go up a folder, edit this, open. So the reason that comes up like that is you'll notice every one of those families, like C shapes, has this text file right here. Maybe we've already got it done. Is this the lookup table?
Yep.
Get the fuck out.
Well, they call it something else, but yeah.
No, because it's not tagged eliminated. That's where I opened into the wrong one. That was what happened. I probably need to try to open that with, oh, now it's gonna open with, no, it's a text file, so it won't, we need to convert that text file into a tabbed eliminated CSV. Do you think you can help me with that later?
Yeah, that's. I think that's great.
I mean, you can play with, you can see where I got to here. If
Yep.
you go to a steel and you try to open one of these guys, that text file that's joined to him, and it's just, he's only joined because he's in the same folder and got the same name. All right. They seem to think that people liked how that worked. No one ever understood it. It didn't work. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to see if we can get this lookup to this, the txt file that's in that folder. So if you go to that folder, which was this guy here, if you can get that thing there turned into an Excel, or tell me how you might do that.
All right. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll check back in about an hour and a half, probably.
All right, sounds good, buddy. Thanks.
Later.
See, but you see where I'm going from, Eric.
Yeah.
It sort of goes back to this thing. I don't think they're giving the fair respect to the users. I really don't think they're treating the users right. That's why part of being a BIM coordinator sucks. A BIM user really is very, very frustrating, because when you fall into these holes, it's so painful. But I honestly believe that if we get to a point where we have some very easy families, right? See, this to me, as soon as I see that, I glaze over. Do you not do the same?
Yeah, it's if I go back to the early days when you needed a family and you went to Revit City or wherever you went to get your free family, there was being on the front end and wanting to know what made that family tick. You could not figure out what made that family tick because there was just too much extra crap.
Well, I ran into a bunch of extra crap, and that is if I make it structural framing, and the one that drove me the most nuts was, even if I said this is either not defined, I think that was the best one I found. I guess you could do a user. See, the part that frustrated me was, look, if you're putting all of this information in there, right? If you got that shape and you're defining it by all those parameters, that those built-in parameters, why doesn't it give you that shape so that you can extrude it? Why do you then need to make sure that that's coordinated with a profile? That all seems very, very sloppy and broken. Now, what I was frustrated with was if I said, okay, there is none, and I say, okay, and I go back to my parameters, you still see, okay, so we could actually use that one right there, because that got rid of all of those other parameters. You can see my complaint here is that I have to edit this guy because it breaks it. I mean, that's just mind-numbing that it does that.
Well, it must put a priority on those certain parameters that say these must overtake anything else.
Now, the only thing I don't think it liked that was it adds this structural material, which is always an instance parameter. But I'll tell you what, we'll let that be. That's the only thing that the one not defined. So that could be a good one. When I loaded that into my window assembly, I think I can use that. Yeah, I think I can use that. And no matter what, I believe it made it structural framing other. See that other right there? Pretty sure. Oh, you know what? I bet you that other's coming from down here somewhere. No. There's usually a spot where it says structural usage in your project. Now, what this is this one is the structural material I told you it added.
What are you on right now? Your family or?
I'm on my family, but I
And
defined it
what
as
is your?
what
What
my
was it
shape
created as?
originally?
No,
Linear based generic
what was
model.
its family name? What did you what is it called right now? It's a structural framing. I see that, but
Yes, but you see the other.
mm-hmm.
All right, the other means this. The other is when you're in a project and you pick on a beam, structural framing, you have the ability to say usage. See that? So I can say it's a girder, then it goes from other to girder.
Okay,
Can't ever do that in the family.
gotcha.
See, they don't give you that ability to say what the usage is over here. It's one of those things that I said I don't really like using the structural framing, and I was hesitant to use the structural framing. I even talked myself out of it. You'll notice that I turned these things into let's see if I can get one of these guys. Oh, maybe I did turn them back to structural framing. I was going to use structural stiffeners.
Because you weren't trying to make your stuff show up in categories where it didn't belong.
Correct. And I'm going to show you where I was going with this, and then I'm going to talk. I'm just going to basically talk a little bit. So, what I saw this family doing is I saw this family going into my all the tube steel sizes and their end angles all changed. So that's why nothing is mitered anymore. This is essentially going to be what I was playing with, and it actually is pretty unfortunate. Let's go back here. All right, that's him. That's undo till the cows come home. That was all we were talking this morning.
What are you doing?
I'm undoing. All right. Load that into the project. Overwrite. Now there's some extra angles there, but see what I'm playing with the idea is this is the shipping container wall. This tube structure is what I'm going to have someone build to come through the hole in there. And the only reason I have this is so that your bed or a desk can go in there, because the shipping container is not wide enough for a bed. So if your bed sticks in this little punch out on the side of the shipping container, it's going to allow me enough room at the other side of the shipping container over here. So that meant that this little object, I wanted to be a little family. And I wanted to be able to draw this tube steel on here. So that's what I'm actually working with right now. Now, I was to the point where I had this. Let's see, create similar. That's my channel and it's structural framing. See, I undid too far, I believe. We changed these guys to a rotation of 0. Yeah. I undid a little bit too far.
Channel rotation 90.
Which watch this little trick, dude. If you open this, edit family, it's open to one that I've already had fixed before, as long as I push it back into the right family. See how it all fixed?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it also took them out. And the reason it took them out is because that one right there probably, because I had that one set for planting. Okay. So if I edit this, how do you edit? If I edit this, change this back to, so we said this could be structural framing, but you want that to say not defined, and load it back into the project, into that assembly. Now you'll see that I can draw I think this was the one I actually played with a little bit. And you see if it's set for that 45 on default, all you got to know is, okay, so this one, it's the start should be 0. And this one should be the end, should be 0. Another interesting little one. Because I've only pulled it for the one end. Great. Got a little bit more work to do to him. If I take these guys here, I don't know. I think I messed that guy up royally. That's weird that the one end, because it's linked, because I've got the calculation for that cut to be from one end. I need to do it from each end individually.
Gotcha.
It's just how my end cut, and I wasn't quite done with that. I still want to get to that. But that's one of those things where I got to sort of focus for a little bit, and then I could come back with that answer. So what my thought process is, this is where you would take over for a little bit, and you would show some stuff, or whenever I'm ready to go back to it. Now, I will tell you that my idea, so here I've written this typical linear-based family, because you'll see his height is controlled as an instance parameter. So if I made it 15 feet, right, you'll see that inside of him, all I've got is this single width. How far it is from one strip to another. If I wanted that to be 1 foot and hit apply, let's see if it works. Yep, it did. So you see how that took my corrugation automatically? See this? The width of one of those guys in a single. If I made it 2 foot, it could be a really big one. All it was eating, though, was these guys, how I was putting them in. Okay, because what they are is a face-based family, and it had to go onto that one plane, right? Shit. That means it wouldn't cut it from 2 different objects. Oh, man. How could you get it to cut from both objects? You can't. The solution that I was working with, coming up with, was editing this family, right? That this is this corrugated guy.
Mm-hmm.
Was I was going to put an object in here that was a simple wall. See, so what I could do, let's see, you got to get into the group to do this, and then you say visibility, and you say this guy is only visible in medium and fine. Nope, can't do it that way. So you have to double click and edit it, pick it here, then say visibility, and take it off of course. Finish. Wow, that's really going to be interesting. Let me go to my
Every other
plan.
one will go away, won't it?
What's that?
Won't every other one just go away then?
No. Whenever I opened it and saved it, it applied it to both. What I was then thinking about doing was creating an extrusion. I wish it would just go to the rectangular one. My thinking being, let's see, I got to go to a front view so I can make sure that this, now there's two different ways to do that, right? There's snapping that up, and the one that I like is this one here, just attaching this to the height to make it go up there. Then we take that guy's visibility and we say he's only available in course, right? Then I was planning on making this, putting some hatching on there. But the gist of it is I wanted to load this into my family, into my project, right? So the idea being, if you created one of these, see how it's draggy and how it draws?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're going to experience that same thing if you're in course mode. Okay, now my idea was to take this and say, create similar, punch my windows in the wall. Maybe this will work. If this works, I will be very happy. If we go to a fine mode, oh, it worked. Hot dog. How did it know how to work? Because it cuts it out of the whole family. That's what I need then. So the idea is, now I have a way. Now, you could say, Brian, why don't you make that panel as a curtain wall panel? And the reason we can't make it as a curtain wall panel is this. You cannot take this guy, put him on that curtain wall panel, and it cut the curtain wall panel. See it? It's a face-based family that's got a cutting object in it, and it won't cut there. But my theory is correct. My theory is absolutely correct. So, Eric, imagine a family that in your subfamilies, you could hit any object and essentially cut a hole or a round or whatever shape you want and put a channel around it. I mean, there's families that there's objects that are created that way all the time. I don't want to get lost in the curtain walls. I don't want to get lost in the curtain walls. I am thrilled. I didn't think about that, but it does work. See, because my problem was before, if I'm placing these objects when I'm in this complex mode, it's very hard for me to pick that right plane, and it might even jump out of plane. See how I got that one?
Uh-huh.
But
Is that
instead,
because just you're getting the little angled piece?
that's because it's actually hitting the angled face. Correct. and see what this is going to do is, and you might not even want to run it in fine mode. You might just go VV and run this guy so that, what did I make this category? He was still a generic model. Okay. So that means I could go to generic model and make generic models be coarse in that view. But the idea is that's how I want to be placing these guys. And this is where it should be picking up that hatching. Think about the idea that what I'm trying to do is this shipping container. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to talk to you. I want to pick your brain a little bit. Let me see if I can find it. Holy, there it is. Uh-oh. There you go. What do you think, man?
It's not a shipping container. Is it made? Is that what the corrugation roof is? Is made from a shipping container?
No. No.
It's pretty good. Suits the purpose. That one has a basement, looks like.
Well, the neat thing about this is, go to arched cabins. There was one page, I can't remember where. Right here it is. You see this one right here?
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because that's what I want. What they've got on top of there. You see, they've used a shipping container and a shipping container. That's what I want, that room right there.
Gotcha.
I don't want the shipping container. I want this room. You see what they've done? They've added this steel up to the top.
Yeah. What are you going to do though? Then you're going to have that big space open, or you're going to build in that space?
I'm going to build in that space. So imagine this. I don't need my space to be that big. Okay. Actually, that probably is going to be the space that I use. What I was going to do is take this guy. See him?
Mm-hmm.
I can buy this guy 24 feet wide. I was not going to go the 40 feet. That's as long as a shipping container. I'm only going to go to 32 feet. Okay. So let's see if we went to a plan view. Well, this would be another spot that I need to do this, but my thinking is now 40 feet. Nine foot. $40 and 9. Now, if I look at that in 3D, if I take that one shipping container, see, that is how I would build that shipping container. Now we're saying copy that over. 9 plus 25 is 34. Now my shipping containers are going to be 19 feet because I'm going to have two on top of each other. So now what I want to do is I want to put that cabin right on top of that shape. So my cabin's going to sit right up here. Right? So that being said,
so you're using the between the spaces of the thing as the basement?
No, that's my great room. That's going to be the great room.
And how are you sealing off between the cabin and the cargo containers?
Well, I'll be glad to talk that with you. My thinking is I want you drawing some and me drawing some so that we can back re-interject. But I wanted to sort of test you is how do I build this next object? Okay.
Are you talking about the cabin or just the roof of the cabin?
Let's see. I want to go to the 3D. I want to drag this 3D over to this side so that I can do an isometric. I'm basically looking at that creature right there and this one here. Now, what I'm thinking about is that structure now. Let me see if I can find that structure. Was that one or this one? This one right here. That guy. What do I have to tell me what that shape is right there? See, I see this thing. Oh, I see where it's at right here. It's going to have a height, isn't it? No, yep. So it tells you it's 24 foot across, 8'8" tall.
18.
Okay? Or 18.8. So over here, there's one of those times that I usually go into my drafting lines. That should be my 24. And this should be my 18'8". And then they don't really give you this exact, but I'm sure I could find from the shop somewhere. It's generally a shape something like that, correct? So my thought process was, how do you make a roof like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make a roof like that? How would you make a roof like that?
I don't know. Just do an extruded roof.
I would think I would do a roof by face. And I would pick, let's see. No, not roof by face. It's the other one. Roof by extrusion. And I don't have any profile or reference planes. So what you have to do is in this level, I go find those guys. I have to put in a reference plane. So now, if I went into that north elevation and I said architecture roof by face, and it asked me that, and I did it again, roof by extrusion, and it asked me that I could say by the back of the roof and say, okay. I'm going to attach this. I really should be attaching this to the next level up, which should be that high level. So I should have added my levels. We won't worry about that. And then we can see we can actually steal those two pieces of drafted line. And you say finish. Good. So over here, I could say I wanted this to be, that's funny that it did it at 24 feet. So really, all you need to do is go to this level 1. Just take this guy the right way. And I think I said I wanted mine 32. That's where I was wrong. It just happened to automatically do it to 24. But I wanted mine to be 32. See, this is what I'm envisioning. Now, inside of here, I'm going to have 2 terraces because remember, these are double stacked. These are 2 floors. But I'm thinking I'm going to have a 3rd floor to this whole structure. But more importantly, I'm going to carve this out of the grade into the mountain so that the mountain is up higher. So the grade is up close to the back of these shipping containers. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to face this thing directly east. And what I'm envisioning is my level 1 architecture wall. Probably is remembering the curtain wall. Right. Now, in actuality, these faces only go up to there, and these 2 shipping container doors are going to open and make a balcony for the end of that shipping container. And I'm going to work with this structure. Now, understand, my thinking is to go ahead and make this the same design for across the street.
I got you.
Because let me go back to showing
Are you keeping across the street? What's your
I
plan?
don't know. I don't really know.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're putting this much thought into the design of what's going there and you're going to sell it, it's probably not going to stay as you left it.
Hey, I really don't know. There's too many variables for me to worry about this. What I want to do is I want to try to show people how to use Revit to draw a building out of a shipping container. Because unfortunately, you're going to find that this is going to be one of those places where they're like, well, the tools aren't really there for you, right? It's not very easy for you to make a corrugated wall. People want to make corrugated walls. My question then became, one of the things that I was branching off on this is, see this guy up here? Could we make that corrugated? And see, the average person would really have a terrible time because you see, I'm in fine mode. So going to coarse mode doesn't, how do I get the corrugation to show up? Remember, this is where it can get so hard if you're using this type controller to see this, right? But the idea is, can we get the corrugations on there? And I don't think you can. I don't think you have a way to get those corrugations on there. Now, my hope is that then I don't plan on using the whole 32 feet. I only really want a loft up here so that this, when you come into this room is extremely high. This will not be a room that I will use very much in the wintertime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the other thing is the shipping containers that I'm going to get to actually build on the mountain are going to be probably not these corrugated type. Okay. They're going to be, let me see if I can open one up. Inbox. When's the last time I got one from them? Modal art.
I need to take a quick break, man. I'll be right back.
Do it. Hmm. See, if you don't change that to the by view, yeah, that makes sense. See, so then the idea is we're going to take our windows and our doors and we're going to stick them in here. Yep. So this guy here, we're going to have different types. One of them is going to be named door. It's probably not even a bad size for the door. Then we'll get into why we got to cut that. Then we're going to need to make doors and windows to go in this guy, which is your subfamilies. We'll need to make one for the curtain wall. Just really want to know, before I go that far, I don't think I need the rest of this stuff. I think we'll take most of that out. All right. So question here, can you right click on this and say maximize 3D extents? Make it go nice and tight to your object. Well, this is where it might actually be a good idea for us to get this in the right spot. And you'll see I typically recommend, now there are people that say you should really draw in the plus X plus Y in the up in this upper quadrant. But at least for right now, I'm just going to draw it right there. It's how I've always drawn it is to the center of these elevation markers. Now, I'm going to pull in my elevations real quick. And we will talk about the couple families that I've drawn. I think you would have seen the roof, how I did the roof. Now you'll notice that the roof didn't make its move. I did move this reference plane, but it probably didn't see, it doesn't, even though I moved it over. And this should be pretty interesting because we'll actually get to see something neat about Revit. It's hosted itself to that reference plane. See how it says somewhere in here, right there, is going to say back of roof. Well, if I change that name, it's going to know to change it on that linked object. Sometimes these do work and sometimes they don't. So you'll see that this guy now says reference to the front of roof. However, I just need to get him over. But you know, it's one of those funny things is they always say that in Revit, you have to have too much information before you can draw. And I'm going to try to stay away from that idea. And I'm actually going to try to draw this real loosey-goosey, but we're trying to get those families built, because that's going to probably be the most difficult part of seeing how to build in Revit for a shipping container, because most people would probably struggle. You might download a shipping container. I believe someone did that. We had actually thought that we were going to make the shipping container as its own family, but then how do you punch the windows in? So instead, I've got to make this linear based family, which I'm not happy that he's still a generic model, and I will go into how I created him. He's going to be my walls. Okay. Now I'll probably use and make the shipping container its structure and framing all as a family and then draw these walls. The only reason being is there's no other way to punch these windows, or is there? You know what? Take all that back. It's all there. It's all there.
You figure it out?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I see it now. So watch this. What if we take that makes all the sense in the world. So the shipping container wall, my mistake was thinking that I wanted to draw that in the project. But really, I think that you'd be better off building that in your shipping container that you build. So you could right here come down to your generic models, right? You see this family one. I could rename this container Cora. Is that how you spell corrugation? Corrugation. I don't think that's how you spell it, but we'll pretend. I was thinking that I would put that in the project, but I think I want to put that in the nested family. Now, this next family that I want to make, the family I want to make for the shipping container is I want to make one that theoretically I can decide, do I want high cubes or low cube containers? Now, what I was going to show you was this, Eric. This is what I want to build with. That's called a reefer unit.
Okay.
So we can see here, and you see they've got some.
Wall.
What's that?
Does it have a thicker wall?
It's a refrigerator.
That's what I thought. Okay.
This is for shipping cold items.
I got you.
Okay. And the part that gets me is this is where I think that this is a beneficial way to go. I'm not really 100% solid right yet, but number one of these containers is going to be a working container. Why? Because then I have my walk-in freezer. And if I'm living on the mountain, wouldn't it be nice to have a couple sides of beef in a walk-in freezer?
Nice elk, maybe?
Exactly. Exactly. These units are not that much money. Now, what gets me is to insulate a house costs a fair amount of money, not to mention to build the structure as well. So my thinking is, if I have a shipping container like this, all I really need to do is punch one door and at least one window so I can get some daylight into it. And I can live for that.
Yeah.
You with me?
Yep.
Can you go to Home Depot and buy a shed for that?
I can't see the price. How much is it?
6,009. Oh, am I not sharing the screen, or are you just too far?
No,
away?
you are. I just was too far back.
Okay.
I'm stretching out right now. My back is jacking me up.
$7,000. Now you know the damn thing's gonna be watertight, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, from the get-go, the only place you could even leak is through your window and your door that you're gonna put in it. Then hell, if you get this type right here, you see it actually has a different type door. Now I don't want this kind, because you see what they've got is these. See the back door?
Uh-huh.
See how it's a 1/3, 2/3? It's a 1/3 door with a 2/3 door. Part of the important part of my shipping containers is I want to be able to open those doors at the end. I don't have any pictures of regular shipping containers, but what I want to do essentially, which is sort of ironic because you don't know how you would draw it in here, but I essentially want to put a door. Let's do this. Let's see. We took that front level. We moved this level down just a little bit. Right. Oh, that was my level 1. That's my level 2. Imagine if I Oh, that's a curtain wall. Don't want to be in a curtain wall. Let me just get myself a little tiny wall like I'm pretending. Oh, I'm going to make it out of brick. So that would be 4.5 feet by 4.5 feet. And while I'm here, I'm just going to go ahead and pretend by throwing a floor in here. And then one more wall. All right, just envision that. So my thinking is you open up the doors to the shipping container. You attach a little metal structure to the underside of the doors. You have a walkout deck, and you put this curtain wall, sliding glass door, whatever the heck you want. I mean, and by all means, that's what I'm thinking, more like a sliding glass door. Now, I tell
Yeah,
you,
but would you need to make it so that those doors are closable at that point? Then the
no, I don't want it to make them closable because I want them to actually support that lower gate. Could you? Yeah, you could.
well, I'm
You
just saying,
could.
if like a storm came through and you knew you had to batten down the hatches.
Well, there's some legitimacy to that. So, yeah, I guess you could. I guess you could. I like it for the idea of I like cantilevered porches to me,
Yeah,
right? And you see, then you could come by and see that's what this object here does. Is this object allows me to, let's see, edit, type, duplicate. See, I want a little 2 foot by 2 foot. See, my thinking is I'm going to come in and I'm going to punch some holes in these damn, right? So that you have view to the sides out of this door. All I want to really keep is the door frame itself. So yeah, I wouldn't be making those operables.
okay. Well, I'm not saying that they even need to be operable, but if you inset the curtain wall system inside the structure, it gives you that ability.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I would make these bottom ones operable because then by closing it up, you would be bear proofing as well. I don't think that shape is all that terrible. I think that little shed might be a viable way to go with this thing. But I do not think that there's any way to put that corrugation on this guy. There's no way to really check it. Well, you know what I was thinking about is I was thinking about, and this one gets a lot of people, is if you go to a floor, there was one on a metal deck, right? And it throws everybody off. Okay. You see those lines right there? Those decide which way that metal deck is going. So the waffle pattern's going that way. If I change the one to change that waffle pattern, that's the span direction, I can just pick one line. And it doesn't matter whether you pick that line or that line. That's going to be the way the waffle pattern goes. Now, to see that, what we'd have to do is maybe go to our level 2. Right? Can we see that floor? How about level 1? Well, one's on this side. So where the heck is that floor at, doggone you? How about my 3D view? It's drawn on level 1. Really far away. Okay. So that means if you take and cut a section, not that one. You cut a section this way, you'll see that when you're in anything other than course, you should be able to see, and I lied to you, it's the other direction. It's the other direction. So if I rotate this 90 degrees, now you'll see that waffle pattern. No, you won't see that waffle pattern. Oh, I think I remember it. I think that metal deck is a lying one. If we go into the structure to the metal deck, you'll see it doesn't have an actual metal deck profile. Oh boy, maybe you could help me. How do we put something in on a metal deck?
With the material, isn't it? No.
No. No. I remember it now. You want to see it? You got to do a roof. Right?
Oh, you were doing the floor?
Yeah, it'll want you because it won't do it for the floor. I don't believe. Let's take this defined slope off. Let's finish this and say that this is something on a metal deck. Right there on metal deck. Right? So if we came in here, let's see, level 1. Let's rotate this thing back around 90 degrees. Maybe I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I may be incorrect on this thing.
You're cutting the roof the wrong way, I think.
Nope. I know this leads to a dead end, but I also know there's a lot of people that would benefit by knowing how to do that roof deck.
It's in. Go back into the edit type.
Yeah. And then this edit.
Do your preview. I think something happens with your preview on one of these. Your metal deck's not thick enough. It's only a 1/4 inch thick. Up in your structure, it's only 1/4 inch thick.
No, I see that. But no, there's a way to get a metal deck. I think it is the roof. I think it is the floor. It's weird, this thing here. Oh, maybe I think I might know what it is. It might need to be a floor. Structural floor. That's it. That's it. Let's check him. Nope. Doggone it. I was just using this not too long ago, like maybe 2 years ago. There's a way to get your metal deck.
I know there is. I remember trying to figure this out. Might have even been at Odell in 2010-11.
There's a spot where you can do a metal deck profile. You've got floors. And when you say architectural versus structural, the only thing that did was that turn that structural on. Yep, that's all it did. See how it turned that extra stuff on, and the second you click on structural, oh yeah, there it goes. It added all that stuff to it. You write two icons to do that. But I thought there was another object. See, you can't draw a roof in structure. Man, look it up and find it for me, buddy.
What up?
How to do that structural flooring.
All right. What do I want to say? How do I get the corrugated metal or the roof or the decking metal to show corrugated?
Yeah, something like that. Let's see if we can't do it with a chat GPT. In Revit. How do you show corrugated
Create a structural floor with a structural deck profile that represents corrugated metal pattern.
Show me what you're looking at. Yep. Do the one that little YouTube video right next to it.
Oh, this one?
Yep. That was the same one. Play it. No.
No.
No, that ain't it. He's doing some kind of hack. I think it was right next to that one, though. I think you could have got it from there. Do that next one down, that 50-second. That's Balkan. He's pretty good. Let's see what he's got to say.
See, he brought it right into the middle of the clip.
Nope, he's doing it with a curtain wall.
He's doing with curtain wall.
Yep. Which means you can no longer penetrate it. I mean, they're neat ideas. Right there it is, the steel deck profile, the next one down. That's the one. That's the guy. What is that? Ah, you bugger.
It's down lower.
Let's see. Yep, that's it right there. Structural deck. Let's see. See my screen? As soon as you change that, that's where it's hidden.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I remember that. I do remember it being, like I said, I thought it was on the preview screen, but I knew it was somewhere.
And see, then it works. So, first question I have is under that same premise, can you go to a roof and say this structural metal deck? Why is that not available underneath the roof?
Don't know.
Will you check real quick in your 2024?
Because you never use metal decking on a roof. So what do you want me to do?
Just draw a piece of roof, and then we'll see if we can edit it and change that to structural deck. Yep, just draw a little chunk of roof. Don't even care. Just draw a rectangle. Be done with it. Yep. Edit type. You got it selected already. It's already gotten selected, but you're good. You can go to 3D.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, buddy.
All right, now do what?
Edit type. Edit structure. Go underneath where it says structure 1. See if you can put, it doesn't matter, but no structural deck. I guess even in 2025 or 2024, you're not supposed to be able to draw a structural deck. I'm going to take it back over to mine. So that's good. It's really good where we've gotten to. 1, you can't put deck in a roof, but 2, oh, that's what I want. Here's the problem. If we go to this and we say XX, we pull the section cut in, we pull that
3D.
section cut in, and we go to
It
find.
doesn't show up in 3D. I remember that too.
Doesn't show up in 3D. So obviously we've explained the one most important question that I had, which was there a way for me to put that corrugation on here, right? Because looking at the video, that corrugation's actually out on the outside.
Yeah.
All right. How about if I go to a east view and I look at this thing? This is in find. So what I want to do is, let's say this is close. We wanted to, with PyRevit, let's see if I can go back through building a pattern. And I forget exactly how it goes, but I bet you could go annotate. And you could draw a detail line. It doesn't really need to be that big. We would want it to go from there, here. So all you really have is this line. Nope, it's got to span 2 of these. Got to go there. Need 1 more detail line right there. Isolated that. So in other words, if I create that guy right there with PyRevit, we go to that somewhere there was a make a pattern, and I swear they wanted you to actually select all this stuff and go to your PyRevit, make the pattern. Yeah. Where's my little window at? Am I spelling that corrugated right? You just typed a bunch of stuff in on your Google. Am I spelling corrugated right? Is it 1 R or 2?
I'm looking. Two R's.
Okay. We do want that to be model pattern.
And I think it's COR. I think it's CORRUG.
All right.
I think.
Yep, that's what it looks like the most. That's what it looks like the most. So we say create the pattern. We have the object selected, and all it should be asking is my start and my end. Those 2 points right there. And it made it. So if it made it, we can now go to this guy here. We say edit type. Sure. What was that thing called? What was it called? Arch something. Arched cabin. Arched cabin. An arched cabin would have a, I'm going to put this at maybe a 6-inch structure from what I noticed. We insert another one, go up with this. This would be my finish.
Not on your screen.
Oh. Well, you could do that, buddy, for me.
Sorry.
Got to make this material, which this is such a pain for me to make this material because you can't do duplicate. Right? I come to here to my defaults. And I right click on there, and now it's working. Corrugated panel. We're going to do that. Oh, I forgot to rename that. Rename, Control C. So I can go to appearance. I can clone it. I can say here, I can say Control V. I can give this a color. I'm going to go something with a dark green, a hunter green area. All right, that's all good. And the surface pattern is going to be corrugated. Give it a thickness. Now my roof should go to green corrugations. Now, if I've done that correctly, because I just copied out of it, if I was to unhide in this view, that corrugation should almost look continuous. As a matter of fact, all right, so what's happened is the scale is just slightly off. But for the most part, that's how you would want to show that corrugated. So that means that if you were trying to fix this family here to do the same thing, right? We'd want that corrugated material. What I found is if I actually go to that material, this is a very tricky step. A lot of people don't quite understand. If I wanted that to be the same corrugated material when I was in this course mode, right? I wanted to go apply that to there. Here's what you have to do. You have to understand that when the family gets pushed into the project, the material stays overridden by what's in the project. Because of that little bug, what happens is if I'm in my project and I go to manage and I go to materials, you'll see it has that same corrugated material. I'm just going to copy the name out, okay? Just the name. Now I'm going to go into this family, and this outer object, that big object that I drew, it's going to get a material. And I could duplicate any one of these, but I'm just going to duplicate that one, say Control V. Now, notice I'm not going to change it to green. I'm not going to put the paneling on.
I know it'll do this. I know it'll do this.
Right? Now it has that corrugated panel material on there. Now, I did not know about this step here. This is something that I would probably do from now on. You'll notice it kept those things real tight to the box. Because while you weren't here, what I did was I picked on those buggers. Really? I didn't exactly pick the best objects. Those big curtain walls. What I did was picked on these guys and said, maximize 3D extents. And because my boxes were really small, see what I'm trying to do is, you need to keep those level lines in a respective area in order to they were too big before. And when I stretched them, it wasn't really doing what I wanted. If I go to my east view, see that, you know how we always go here and we always stretch this in and stretch that in?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to actually do?
Yep.
Draw yourself a set of walls just outside of your building, like 5 foot out of your building, and maximize the 3D extents, and it'll pull those all in nice and tight. What you don't want to do is pull them to where the actual walls are. See, you know what it really should say is maximize 3D extents plus add 4 feet, plus add a little cushion.
Yeah.
Because if I do it now, oh, maybe it didn't. I deleted those walls. Now it doesn't. I think because of that top object I drew. So what I need to now, here's where I don't think I want to continue on, because I want to be able to just put those containers in there. What I actually want to do, and this was where I said file family, is my actual container. I would want to make out of the generic model.
Roof based?
Two level based.
Oh, okay.
The only reason I want to do that is I want to make this thing so it attaches to the levels.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to start with that guy as a generic. Let's see how far. So what do they give you? They give you that is, now here we go again, Eric. Why does that not define the origin? Why does that not define the origin?
I don't know the answer to that.
If I take and I create an extrusion from that bottom left corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
I load that into my project. RVT. I don't understand that. How can they be checked and don't define an origin, but they define the origin?
I don't know. Maybe the. So if we're thinking about that piece of structure that we were looking at earlier, maybe the first 2 grids automatically define the origin. But how do you know what the first 2 are? Yeah, I don't know.
Let's assume you're correct. Oh, he's pinned. All right. Over here, we're going to put in the component. We're going to put in a model line, even though I'd never do that now. If we put in, you can't delete him, but you can do that, and you could do that. Now, if we loaded it into the project, Uh-huh. 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 No. Nope. How can you do that? It's going to keep it going to that same corner. Watch. Down to the bottom corner. Now, if we were to take and check this inserts or defines origin, see how they all moved?
Uh-huh.
And then we take this guy and defines origin.
So it's really just it wasn't putting it in at the corner of the box. It was grabbing just a certain geometry. It wasn't grabbing an actual point.
Well, I wanted to see something. I want to see something first. So I defined this origin and I defined this origin and I loaded this in. All right. So now the question becomes, if you go back to this guy and turn the origin off and go back to this guy and turn the origin off and load it back into the project, is there still something there? There is. There's an imaginary point right there at that corner somehow that becomes the origin.
Was it because that was the corner you drew your box from originally?
Yes, because that's where these guys originally resided. That is correct. That is correct. But what I'm trying to say to you is someone could really mess up a family bad. How do you eat that? How would you find where that internal origin was?
Doesn't
See,
seem
now,
like you would.
now I would have no way to move these guys back to the original location if I don't have this geometry. That's pretty weird. I'm going to close that one. We're just going to go through our process of writing this. So we're making a new family. We're going to make that guy generic model, 2-level based. And the important thing to understand about this 2-level based guy is if you go into a front view, he's got 2 levels. Those automatically are going to attach to your levels. So what we talked about was, I'd always thought those would have been the origins, but at any rate, they're not. What you want to do is you want to start drawing your, you know what I'd probably draw is I know my 40-foot. I want to make that 40-foot. I'm going to make the front of this be the doors. This, I believe, is 9 foot, but we want this to actually flex so I can go out and take those numbers. Probably going to take all that and do something like that. So here, that'll be our length. So we can see already that we don't have a good family or a good scale size for the object that we're actually drawing. So what I'm actually going to do, change this scale, probably closer to something like a 1/4 inch. That'll be fine, 1/4 inch. But what my recommendation is, when you do that, you change all of them to a 1/4 inch, because you know how frustrating it is when you get to one of the other views and you can't see it.
Yeah.
Right? This guy is actually going to become my length. And my width. Now I'd probably take him and I'd move him over and I'd move him down. Then I'd move from this center point up. Then I'd move from this center point over. Finish. I'd create my reference planes. It's really a good idea to always draw your reference planes in the same direction. Do you know why that is?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Okay, so now this is where we're going to go in here and name these guys. And we want to try to use the good name. And if you're there, then you're going to actually put that in for the name. So we want its reference to actually be the right. This is going to be my back. If you can't understand which is the front and which is the back, my recommendation is you look at the view cube.
Yeah.
When we see that view cube, whatever's in the front of the view cube, that's what you want to be to the front. All right, so this guy goes to the front. All right. So you now see that your wiser spot to put those dimensions, okay, are actually to these reference planes. So where we called that out to be the length in the actual pink line profile, we actually want to do that here. We want to keep that center mark. So all I'm doing here is dividing my two parameters, and I'm adding these equals so that that center line goes in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this then becomes our width.
Now wait, the reference plane that you have in the middle is a weak reference?
I don't know if they're the center line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's so that in case you want a dimension to that object and put the center line symbol on it, you can. That's the whole reason you do that. All right, so if we go back in here, we don't need these parameters on here, right? Because we only have the two parameters now. All right, now what's really a good idea is this was my regular family. When you're writing a family, you should always create one type. That's your main type. Then your next one, this is the one you're going to test. So this is where I can say, what if this was 30 by 6? See how everything grew? See, so now I can just go back to my original type that I want. See, a lot of times when people are flexing, they start playing with those numbers. What you want to do is get your standard one. And see, now I have the ability as I'm doing anything, I'm just going to switch between those two types.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to take him back to my type 1. You could actually take this shape right here, and we can make the extrusion end. What are we going to make that go to? We don't have it yet, but we're going to make it go to our height. Okay? No, we don't want it to go to the height because it's a 2 level. Because it's a 2 level, we don't want it to go to the height. Let me undo that. Let me verify we don't have a height. See, because the 2 level creature's automatically going to get the height. So we can't do what we've been doing, because what we've been doing, what you really want to do is now you want to take this guy and come up to there and lock it. Okay. See, now what happens is I've got my new shipping container. So if I go into my project, my new shipping container is going to it looks very similar to that. See, boom. I put one in. You can see what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yep.
So this will really be interesting. What happens if one of these hit that guy? Can you actually see through? Huh. XX. You can.
So you can cut into it? Is that what you just said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. If you look, it only removed as big as my cutting object was in my
Yeah.
framing assembly. That's good. I didn't think about that. So if we go back into this guy, what we actually want to do is we want to take this corrugated metal guy. We need to edit that family. Okay, we want this to go into here. Now, the problem is my height is an instance parameter, so this should work. Let me double check one thing by going to my front view. See how my height is dimensioning 2 reference planes? So that should work. So if we load this into that last family, what's the highest family we've got here? Family 14. Now I can draw my profile, which of course you're not going to see unless you're in fine mode. Okay? All right. And when you're in fine mode or coarse mode, then it would go to simple. That's perfect. Now, what that's actually going to do is that'll actually pull itself down because there's going to be a corner casting there. Do you know what I mean by that?
You talking about the hook that they swing it by or whatever?
Yep. Let's see. This one here. Oy, oy, oy. See that corner casting right there? And then that deck goes in there between those two. So the only thing we want to make sure is how does this get related for the height? No benefit into that being the course, no. See, I think I just moved this over. Then this will get pulled back that 6 inches as well. And then probably mirror that. Same kind of idea, because I'm going to end up building a corner casting for out there. And then you don't have it at this end. What you actually need is a pair of doors, which I think I'm going to need to make. For our sake, I'm just going to build that extrusion. Four foot 6. That's about right. Okay. So now we went to the 3D view. I guess what you really want to do is you want to go one of these views. There should be a little grip handle that I can take up and snap and lock. Grip handle, snap and lock. Then there's that back wall, snap and lock. And then the doors and snap and lock, theoretically. So now if we load this into our project, bet it'll keep that cut in that hole too. I bet this guy's no longer hosted. See how he's not associated? That was because I deleted the box that he was actually anchored to. If I pick this new box, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pick new host. I think that's because in here to the parameters, cut with voids when loaded. So now can you cut it? You can. See where that was? And I believe you might be able to rehost him. Nope. Don't know why you can't rehost him. The question is, can you take that to the fine mode and see that those holes cut in there? So you can see what I now need to do is I need to create those corner pieces. I need to get that just a little bit better. So let me go back in here. Oh, well, no, let's do this one major thing that we were trying to do, which is this now gets the top level, the base level, and the top level. Now, if I wanted to say that this was a different height, I could say like -1 foot here, and it lowers it down. So in other words, the height you can actually have adjusted. You can actually say attach both of these to level 1 and make this thing be 9'6" tall. And hindsight being, maybe I could have just let that be the height. But this is then going to let me make my levels be the stacking height of these creatures. Which means that really these grip handles that are at the bottom and the top.
How are you attaching your floor in between the two sets of containers?
How am I doing what?
How are you attaching your floor between the two containers? Are you attaching it to the containers?
No. What I'm envisioning which floor part are you talking about? This floor in here for the centerpiece?
Yeah, underneath there. I was just curious what your fastening technique is going to be.
I'm thinking that what I'm probably going to do is get some kind of metal beam that will span that distance. See, it really comes back to this. If this is true about these cabins, right? Let me go to show you some. Where's the pictures? Pictures. All right, where were the pictures? Home. About. Oh, there it is, gallery. These guys seem really cool. So if you go to a 24 cabin, see what they actually say is you can tie into their framing. We'll get to some other interiors. Now remember that other people, there's lots of people in this community. There you go. See, they actually can support that framing out to this wall.
Okay.
To the curved wall. The tubes will support the wall.
Okay.
Trying to see another one that has a loft in it. I mean, you could see my thinking is I want to do this same kind of stuff with the trees that I've got out there. Hey, Jaffe,
Howdy.
we're reviewing my Montana design.
Oh, okay.
So my thinking is with a 24-foot wide one, you easily have the loft. So if we go back to ours, give me 1 second. Ryan speaking. Hello?
Hi, this is Hazel, and I'm calling you from Nationwide Financial. How are you doing today?
I'm not interested. Thank you. Gotta love it. What I want to do, Jaffe, is I want to take that. Oh, not that one. This one. This thing here, these cabins you can buy. Hold on. Oh, I'm all the way whacked. This is what they look like. You ever seen those?
No.
So what they've got is for a 24-foot wide cabin, 32 feet deep, cost $20,000 for all this roof and all the framing. So if you stand that on a pair of shipping containers, it sort of looks like that. So that's what I'm going to buy to go on top of my shipping containers. What do you think?
Yeah. It's a pretty good one. It's a company. Let's see. How do I get the image?
Let me show
Company
you
in
one
South
more.
Carolina.
What's that?
There's a company in South Carolina making these things. I'm gonna send you. Let's see.
That'd be fine. Look at my screen for 1 second.
Yep.
You see this one right here? See
Yep.
that?
Yep.
Look what that's look where they're actually building that thing. They've got a pair of shipping containers with a corrugated roof across it.
Oh yeah.
That's essentially what I want to do. I'm going to make that big room, one big room, which when it's really cold out, you know it's hard to heat a big room. So you use that more as like a courtyard. It's not going to be like outside. It will have some heat, but it's also not like where you want to be hanging out when it's the frigidest frigid on the mountain. Then you're going to be in the shipping containers. That makes sense?
Yep. So they're out of Texas, huh?
Arch Cabins, is that where they're out of?
Yep.
Now, what I was telling Eric and what my design's based on is this is what I want to buy. These containers. These are called reefer units because they're just refrigerated units. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means it's got an insulated wall. Which means theoretically, dude, if you bought this one right here and you punch 2 windows in it, you could live in that. It's a 20 or 10 by 40, not quite 10, because that's where the problem comes in, is the solution for how the bed gets done. So my project that I'm going to be working on over this next 60 days, I'll be honest, I'd like to have it wrapped up by the end of next week, is going to be my container design. So I'm actually building, part of the first thing that we were working on while you were off was me building my shipping container family. Okay. We started off with how to build these walls, and it's pretty cool. right now I've got this much of the shipping container built because I was trying to explain to Eric that an important part of my shipping containers, I want to open these doors and I want to put a floor across the bottom of the doors so that it ends up something like this. So it's a terrace at the end of your shipping container. Right? A little cantilevered hung out porch for you to sit out there in nature, but not necessarily be on the ground. You know, if you wanted to sleep out there, you wouldn't have to worry about the bears getting you. So what I'm actually building is this shipping container, and I'm building it at just a little piece at a time kind of thing. So that's where we were at. And I still am saying, Eric, I don't know if you'd want to do this as the 2-level guy. I think it's a good thing for people to be exposed to what the 2 levels are. And for that sense, I don't mind seeing it out. If I go back into him, go to his reference level. So now what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to build a little corner castment here. Now, you could do that in several different ways. You know, you could just do it as that extrusion, but really I'm smarter if I build one family and then mirror it around to the 4 corners, because that's how those fellows are actually going to be made. But for right now, we could just say create an extrusion 6 by 6. But I would fully intend that what you would do. See, the part I don't like about me being in that 2-level guy is before I could come over here and say the extrusion end was at the, see, there's no other elevation. There's the default elevation. There's no height. So that's a little bit frustrating with the 2-level guy as opposed to the 1 is getting this to snap to that upper level and locking it. And I do like the other direction. Oh, let me fix one more thing while I was there. Now I could take, and I should be able to do a trim to this edge to there, this edge to there. All right, load that into the project and I'll get something a little bit more accurate. I'll now have the corner pieces on there. Yeah, that'll be real interesting when we start getting into the doors and windows, how we can take that object straight from. All right. One I wanted to show while you guys were on here, I wanted to talk about. I found this from that BIM after the Revit kid. He does BIM After Dark, which I'm probably going to fire one of those videos up in a second so we can watch it. But this is something I sort of asked you for, and I'll email this to everyone, okay? It's just a PDF, but I thought this was very, very beneficial. So in other words, when you start writing your formulas, here's the stuff you need for writing your formulas. It goes through the main functions, right? Add, addition, subtraction, multiplication, the square root. Here's your sine and your arc sine. These are all the formulas that you can end up writing. The one that I don't think he really explained is the or and the end and the not, but I was able to figure that out, and I will show you how that works. And then these are the if-then statements, what it does when it's true and what it does when it's false. And I never was able to do the and and the or, but as I said, you would now find this one here. probably like back to this one. Nope, it was the other one. Let's see. Did I close it out? Maybe I closed it out. All right, let me go back to here then. BIM channel sub. Oh, there's one already open. Okay. This is how you write the or. You say if, or, and then you have your first selection or your second selection. And if it's any of the things inside of these ors, so you could have it say a bunch of different things inside the or. If it's any of those things, then it does X, then it does width. So that you can do the end as well. So you could say if it's this, this, and this, do this. If it's this, this, and this, do this. Put all your parameters. If any of those, or if one of those, this is if it's true, width. This is if it's false, height X. Okay? Back to that PDF. Now,
How often do you find yourself needing to use that kind of stuff?
we're going to need to do it a bunch in order to write these little funky families. And that is where I want to go back to. Jaffe, did you get a chance to open up that text file and see if there's any ingenious way you have to see to make it into a CSV?
It looks like it is a CSV.
Oh, can you show me?
Yeah, one sec.
All right, so the categories is where I thought it was pretty rich. I didn't think he quite had this under control because you see, he says up here it has a default line-based template. Okay, detail items, generic model, and lighting fixtures, and a structural stiffener. Now you understand you can make any of these categories from in the line-based family. You could switch it. You just have to start with a generic model line-based, but you can switch it to electrical equipment. You could switch it to duct terminal. You could switch it to anything. So I didn't understand. I mean, he went through a lot of digging to find this out, but this is basically just saying the templates that Revit provides you. But we could make templates for all that. So I didn't really understand what he was trying to get at with categories. It doesn't tell the whole story. See, like a wall-based template, you can make it into any one of these. You see right here, wall-based template. He doesn't even have it for doors. But a door is a wall-based. In other words, if you start a door family right now, let's do that. So if I was to make file new family, see that door? It's a wall-based family. Look, there's a fucking wall. It's the only one that is wall-based. Does that make sense? So in other words, and he is having the same problem I'm having. If you don't have three people looking at it, this stuff you'll miss it. But you see, the door he's got is only as a default template, but it's supposed to be wall-based. Yes, yeah.
Where are you getting that from?
I'm guessing he sort of looked it up. I mean, this guy's really smart. I've got kudos, mucho respect for the Revit kid for years now.
What's the
Okay.
file sizes?
I like that file sizes. He's got really good ideas. Now he's trying to tell you this is your target for the different type. But you notice what he says? Don't go over a meg.
Yeah.
But it's not accurate, because if you have a window that you want to put some trim and a keystone and the outside panel and the inside panel, I don't think that I would really believe in any of this. I would just go after the 1 meg. I think I would just nix all this out and say, don't make your family bigger than a meg or you're going to be sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean the plumbing fixtures is, yeah.
And see, I didn't totally get what this is here.
I think that's what he's saying is important for the template file, maybe. No.
I didn't really understand it. But I will tell you that this section over here being broken out is very beneficial to have. On the fly. You'll want to be able, because you won't remember these when you come back to them, and then you got to sort of look them up. And this is really here. This here is just a simple trigonometry class. Those are your basics, which that's where I'm constantly when I'm trying, because I'm not that good with trigonometry. I do you remember what it was, the SOHCAHTOA, right? That's all I know is SOHCAHTOA. And then I know sort of if you flip them upside down, they work. This is the actual parameters behind them. And we're going to get into plenty of those as I'm going through these family building classes. Which is ironic because that's sort of what Jaffe wanted to do. Right, Jaff?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not going to be going super deep in this stuff. But yeah.
We're going to try to get it so that we can make you families that you can utilize better with all the functionality. I think we're going to have something really slick by the end of February. I'm pretty excited about. So show me can I share your screen?
Yeah.
Where are you at with what you got?
Well, I just opened it up and it's a comma separated file. So it brings in the headers, all that. So those are all, so like bringing in the C channel.
You just opened it up in Excel.
Yeah. It asked me how I wanted to format it. Initially, let's see.
All right, I'm going to try to do the same. I'm going to open up Excel. We had this one. Oh, it did. It sure did.
We're getting 3 rounds of Arctic air. That sounds like fun.
Oh, no, mine didn't open up right.
Yeah, there's a way to open it where it'll actually ask you if like how you want the formatting, and then there's a checkbox that has headers. It doesn't seem very consistent. That's Excel. How do you do that? Let me try it again.
See, I can't do open with and say Excel. Choose
Okay,
another
so if you have Excel open, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you go to open a TXT file.
That's what I need to do. Open this PC somewhere on there. I'm going to share my screen back. So this PC, I have to go to that location, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How can I get to that location the easiest way?
I
Browse.
Yep.
Right. Then from browse, you should be able to actually go to your other window, pick up here,
Yeah.
take a control C, go to here, go a control V. We got to open up a text.
All files. Yeah. Just go to all files up top. Yep. Select one of those bad boys.
Pick
now it's
the
going to give you the
C-shape.
Yep. See, now here's the dialogue. And said, click the has headers checkbox.
My data has headers.
Yeah, and then go to next.
Next.
Choose comma.
Yeah.
And I think you should be good. Next.
I think that's it. Finish. Yep, that's it. Now, we need to figure out the lookup table. So at this point, I should
Brian,
now
you're
be
stepping
able.
out for a minute.
All right, that's fine. I should be able to save this, and then I want to save this as a CSV. Okay. And where is it saving it as? It's saving it in that same folder, and I don't want to go to that folder. I want to go to mine, Vim. That'll be fine. And this is the C-shaped CSV. Save. All right. Do you know how lookup tables work, buddy?
I used to, but I don't really recall.
Well, we're going to try to find it out. So this guy here, if I said manage a lookup table, I could import, right there's the C-shapes. Oh. Invalid separator. The separator is invalid in the head. That's what I thought. They need to be named a little bit different for their headers. Okay. How do they need to be named? Can you look that up real quick?
Lookup
Just
table.
do a search for lookup table.
Yep. I know I've seen it before, but it's been a while. It's definitely a CSV.
It's over here for a second. I think there was a way for me to auto fit. Format column width.
Yeah, I put a link to the formatting in the chat.
Oh. That's about awkward and gawky as hell. In chat, private chat. So it sure does look. It sure does look like what you're supposed to have.
Yeah, I'm wondering it. So you, the one that you're trying to import is to the correct family that has those parameters? Like there's a section, like there's a PC flange thickness and a web thickness those exist.
Well, we're gonna make them exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think those actually might actually have to be there.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think somehow we got just a little bit. I think one of these guys. Let's look at that. Look at what was responding again. Import this guy, and you say open. The acceptable separators are. But yours is saying numbers.
There's probably a line that doesn't. That's maybe there's an extra comma in some place, or
Yeah, I think you might be right. It doesn't make it more legible. If I put this over here, zoom up into it. No, that's not beneficial either. How about we just take a little bit less information? What if we say, just this crap we'll take out. All right. All I've done is made my schedule a lot more manageable just as a template to sort of see. So now if we drag this, you'll see that that's actually the one that was there. That was actually the one that's there. So I don't see anything. I'm looking at the headers, right?
Yep.
So I can study all my headers. It might be that underbar. So we could say file, save as, C shapes, C test. And this is a CSV. So now let's see if we can bring that one in. So it's definitely how those are written. So if we come back in there to that C test, and I'm saying I think it's that guy right there. Ah, good gravy. Because you could do a rename. We could rename that stuff relatively quickly with something, a find and replace or something. Oh, we've got too much. It's the parameter. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. I see what's wrong. Here we go. These are all supposed to say length. If they're length. According to what you had on yours. So you've got to tell it what the length is and then the inches. We'll assume that nothing else is case sensitive, but I think all of these
Yeah, because that's telling parameter name, parameter type, parameter units, right?
Right. Right.
So the type is the length. Huh?
And I'd be curious what those other parameter types are if you wanted to look that up. See, I bet you can bring it in there now.
Well, the other parameter types are just like if you were going
Nope.
to select.
Nope, it didn't work. Bastard. That should have worked, dude.
They're super finicky. We were doing this like last week or so with, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago, with hatch patterns, right?
Uh-huh.
It's super finicky on the formatting.
Well, that's
The
where I'm gonna
.dat file.
need these suckers. We'll just delete them bastards out. Save, try it again. Import. So we'll try one even dumber than that. Let's see. All right. They're not capital.
Well, since it's, oh, you got the inches in there.
I got the inches. I got the length and the inches. There's no reason this shouldn't be working.
Those,
See, what they've got is something like this. X, Y, Z. Maybe there's not allowed to be a space in there.
that's what I was thinking.
Z. Save. Come back here. Oh, Revit. Import. See, that's not logical. Wonder if there's a... No, don't see any extra data out there. What if we take all of this, Control C, make a new blank workbook, say Control V, file, save as. Everything's got to be saved to their spot. What a pain in the ass. We're going to call this an XLS, or no, CVX. CSV. There you go. Is there any reason that won't come in? Huh. Table grade, that's a notepad. All right. Let's just make a CSV that actually can be brought in. I would have thought that would have done it. So we go back and we delete all that. Stretch all these a little bit. I thought you could stretch them all at one time, you bugger.
You got to double click.
Double click on what?
Once they're all selected,
Yeah.
double click on the separator. Oh, maybe double click on the.
That might be when that's when there's data in there. That's what
Okay.
All right, so they've got. I'm just going to be typing just what they have. ND1 is a length inches. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Gotcha. So then they said Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V. Length 2, length 3, and 4. Now they just add some numbers. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 4, 4, 3. Out here, you got some characters. A and B. And we could save that. Now, I've totally obeyed their fucking rules. This better damn work. No. All right. Let's go to reverse engineering. Reverse engineering would say, if I wanted to open a family, let's go to my families. All right. We come here and we go to US Imperial and we go to pipe. And we go to a pipe fitting, a steel flange, a class 300. If I grabbed a class 300, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were on, Jaffe, but they used lookup table. See right here?
Mm-hmm.
See that lookup table? We can manage that lookup table and export that bugger to right there. Now, back in Excel, we got to get to that BIM. All right, here's what that guy looks like. This is where you said you highlight all that and you go like that and it'll blow them all up big. I don't know how that's any different. So it now means we could close out of that. In here, we could try to add it, which is this guy. And it has no problem. There was something else weird going on there then. So we have book 2. No, not book 2. The other one. That one. I don't see how that is any different than the other one. Something about how it opened. So if this is true, we could go back to the one we did originally, the C test. Let's see, undo. Oh, that's interesting how it does that undo, didn't it? undid the other application. What a pain in the butt. All right, let me go open up that other one then. The C-shaped CSV. Oh, there it went. Man, I don't know. Computers ain't getting smarter. They're getting worse, buddy.
Aren't
So
they?
if we took all of that and said Control C, now went to our flange class 300 and said Control V, did a file save as. Okay, that's a good spot. Get it now, bring it in. You see that?
What's it say?
It worked. It worked. It's not about any of the text that was in there. It now brought it in. Okay, now the crazy thing is you have to add a lookup table. Okay, so is this where we want to add this lookup table? It's not even in here. So we delete that out. All right. This could be good. So where we want to do that is here. Edit. All right. That brought me to this bugger. And this guy is the one that has all of these formulas.
Mm-hmm.
And what we want is all those formulas to be driven by that lookup table, which is this new test. Now, the tricky part is you have to make a parameter for a lookup table. And how do you do that?
URL? No.
No. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go find how I did that. Let me see. I can remember I went to that
Yeah.
flange. I went to, you got to reverse engineer it. That's why no one catches on to this stuff. So if we go back to this guy, we reopen this. Oh, yeah, that's him. And we reopen this guy. Okay. There's this thing called a lookup table right there. And what's his parameter type? That's it.
Text.
Just text. Okay. So we'll copy that name. It's just the other. It's not an instance. Okay. So what really I want to do is I want to do that work in this C-shaped profile. Edit. I want this thing over here so I can see the two beside each other. We want to make a new text. Control V. And I think they put that into something else. I'm going to put it into other. Say okay. So now if we have a managed, we should be able to put new test in there. New test.
That was actually the value was new test.
The what?
The
Oh, the
value.
value. Oh, thank you. Yes. All right. So now how do you do a lookup into that table? All right. This is going off of D and B1. Oh, wait. Why is it 305? Is this thing metric? Manage. Project units. It's somehow got to be metric. Decimal inches. This is decimal inches. Replace. Okay. All right. So if we now go to here, we're trying to read if the D is equal to 12, we should know something else. Is it won't look? Oh. Your little trick don't work on this file. All right. I see where we need to go. That means it was able to pull all of these values, which they're all seem to be inches. What's this one here? Weight per unit. So it even accepted the pounds force per foot. I mean, it was able to read this thing. And they're not all inches. A lot of them are inches. But now I don't remember how to look that up. And I think that was on your thing. How to tell me how to look that up? No, we could do that here. We can do that here with this one. So, how is it written? It says size lookup table. Then it goes to the lookup table name, right? See, so you could have two lookup tables if you really wanted. And I've seen people do that. So then what it tries to find is the FTHK.
F thickness. So size underbar lookup is one of their, it's like an if or and, it's a designated method.
I need to hear what you just said, but I didn't catch it. Go ahead, say it again.
So the size underbar lookup is one of their in-house formulas.
How many different formulas do they got under there?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see that size underbar lookup, so that must be something they put in there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yep.
So what that thing was saying.
Here, I'll give you the help on it here. It's in the private chat.
All right.
Yeah, so it looks like it gives you the tape. Like result, and then you have your column, a default if not found, if there's a value not found in the lookup table.
Is that the first one? Is that the first one after the comma?
Nope. So that the first one is the lookup table name, which is
Related to this.
yep.
That's related to that.
Yep. No, yeah. So each one of those, so size underbar lookup, right? The first one is going to be the lookup table name, which points you to lookup table name. They just happen to name it as the same as the variable name. The next one is the lookup column. So that's the column header. And then the next one is default if not found. Then lookup values. So those first three
All
are
right, bear with me. Just hold your thought for 1 second, and I think I see it.
Yeah.
If I go here, so this was for the lookup is going to the nominal diameter, which is 4. Nominal diameter, which is 4, and it's pulling out the FHT. All right, I see it now. So this part of the statement right here is if it's not found.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. That's what it's doing. And this part of the statement is which parameter you're pulling, and you're pulling this information out.
Exactly.
Gotcha. So if I took that,
and you could have multiple ones at that point.
all right, let's take this back to here. So we have our lookup table when we're going to new test. And I want to try to get the B value. No, the B value and the D value are mine that are height. So what I need to do, all right. I think I want to fix those two. So the R value, the R1 value, if I pull this up, let's see, this would be one of our new test. All right. See, that's where the parameter's not written correctly. So we want the height. You would want the height to be a B and the width to be a D. All right. If we save that. Now this is where it really gets to be a pain in the butt. You got to manage lookup tables. You got to re-import the new test, or nothing that I did takes over. All right. Now we can paste that size lookup table. Nope, not to the B though. Delete. I'm going to do it to the R value. Control V. Size lookup table. Now we're looking for actual parameters, which we just made one that was the D. Right? We just made that guy. We're going to say if it doesn't find it, make this thing 2 times the D. Right? So the only thing I need to get is a good lookup name out of there. Right? So let me go back to that Excel. Go back to my new test. So if I had something like, say, let's say this was the flange thickness. I should be able to put the flange thickness in there. And it should look that up. And it did. No, it did not. It did 2 times the D.
Yep.
Why did it do that?
Well, because D is a parameter.
Right? I made D right here a parameter.
Oh, I got you.
All right. So what's happening is, so let me change that to a B and let's see if it finds it for that. We change both of these to B's because it does not look like there is a 12-inch one there. Come on, baby. Give me something other than double. That's it. That's it.
Because it was going already to the existing parameter instead of the table, right?
If we look at the, what happened is the D never had any 12 values. It searched through this table and it didn't find any 12s.
Oh, okay.
Now it did find a 12 here, and you'll notice that most of these things are repeated. Now, what I'm curious about, and maybe you can help me with, can I check that right there, C15 by 50? In other words, can you look up a piece of text? Well, no, because this doesn't have a parameter up at the top.
Yeah,
Is that how that works?
I think so. Yeah, when looking up values, the first column is skipped.
Okay. That's just to give you the overall feel for it.
Yeah, so if you like just copied that one and gave it something like name, right?
You think you could look up a text value? See, I don't think you see where
Yep.
we got inches.
No, you can look up text. It's for numerical and text values.
Really?
Yep. It only works on instance parameters. Or it's intended for instance parameters.
So if we had this and we wanted this to be the name,
Yeah.
then we do double those pound signs. And then we would do
Text.
text.
Probably capitalized, maybe? No.
And I don't think that matters.
All right. That
And
should
then
do it.
we have to tell it what it is, like inches, what the units are. And that's where you do it.
That wouldn't have units, right?
Yeah, but like I said, you got to have this part of the equation.
All right.
See, that's the parameter. Why do all of them say section properties? What does the second part of the header mean?
That's the type. That's the parameter type. That's what I was thinking. Or I think.
Let's take all of this. Control C. We'll put it in there again. Control V. Oh, this could be if this fucking works, this could be unbelievable. So we have to go into our Revit. We need to reload that table. Column 2 is invalid.
Yeah, I think you got to get rid of that last text.
Okay. I'll
'Cause-
give it a try.
If you go into like make a new parameter for text, well,
You're saying get rid of this here,
yeah,
and that's it?
I think so. I don't. Yeah.
Hey, Ginger. So you think that's it? Let's see. Save that. Go back. If we can get this, this would be big. So if you got a little bit of time to bear with me. No.
All right. Well, no. Okay. So close, or close. Okay. Cancel. Yeah. So when you make a new parameter for text, what's it say for units? Back in your Revit file.
Oh, if I make a new parameter here
Yeah. So if you go
and
to
I say make it a text,
yeah. So there isn't any unit. It's
but you said it can look up text.
yep. Let me see if I can get an example.
What was yours written as? Length, 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 length. So it didn't even care about the word length in there. The second length it doesn't care about. All it cares about is the unit.
Yeah, maybe put inches.
What's that?
Maybe try inches again.
All right. I'll give it a try. So if you save this, you should now be able to bring it back in here. Import new test. This time it should not. Oh, one too many H's. Bastard. Seriously, I really put too many H's? This is why people don't work with lookup tables. This
They're a
becomes
nightmare. They are a nightmare. And when they don't work and you can't find out where the problem is,
see that's my problem right there. What it's saying is the invalid value is the fact that this is C15X50. And we said text wouldn't work.
Maybe you got to put it in quotations. Maybe you got to put it in quotations.
Do you think I have to put each one of these in quotations like this?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just copy it down the whole thing or something.
Yeah, well, I was going to wipe all the other ones out. But what do we put here for units? Take it out again?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just totally guessing.
Nope. All right, let's try to do that. We'll get this thing here. We'll take this text out. Pretend like we're not going to be able to get that to work. We save this. Now you should be able to bring that lookup table in again. And it works. So really, the flange thickness in this equation, Control C, should be right here at the TF, the flange thickness.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This one should be the R. Well, we're not going to know what the R's are. But we could get the width. Let's see which one was 5.10. Let me look that up. Let's see. This was the new test. All right. So that was the 501 and the 501. I bet it's the WT, web thickness. Yep, that would make sense with the TW. So the TW, Control C, Control V, should actually be calling up the web thickness. So that's where you look it up right here. So if we change this to now a 15, should be a 0.65. This one goes away. Let's see. Let's come down to an 8. An 8. It's not looking those up. No, because it's the B value. That's why. So if I said 9, that does nothing. This one is a 15. Wait, lookup table, and it's looking it up from the B value, which I should have an 8 for the B value. Nope. It's not working. Somehow I broke it. We had this working. The flange thickness, which is the B value. Let's see, if I put in a 9 here, it's no longer looking up the flange thickness. Why did it work once but not again? That to happen either. It's because those are too big. Why did that lookup table start working at Jaffe?
I was trying to get the text, figure out the text aspect.
You stay with figuring out that text. See if you can figure that out. I'll fight through this.
I think I got it figured out.
Size lookup table. It's going for the B value. If the B value, whatever the B value is related to, or it goes to the 2B if it's not finding it. For some reason, it doesn't think that B value is there anymore. How about No, I got myself all twisted up. How did we get it to work one time and then not work anymore? That's not even possible. This is where we did that lookup table crap. Damn it. All right. You got to do this. Control C. If we take this guy here and say that the flange thickness is going to be this size lookup table, it's going to look up the table from the new test, and it's going after flange thickness. Control C. Oh, maybe that's why, because I got that right there. I didn't have those quotes, I don't think. Flange thickness. Now, if it doesn't find it, we're going to have it report D. And what we're going to be looking up is D. No. Yeah, D. We wanted that to be B and B is what we wanted. B and D. Because there's a 12. And it does find it. All right. So now let's check that. If I change this to 15, it should be 0.65. And it did not do it. If I change this to 10, oh, because I'm changing the wrong one because I've got the two inverted. I think I figured it out then. I see where I got confused. What we want to do is we want to rename this and this. This one here, we want to rename to double D. We want to rename this one to D. We want to rename this one to B. So if we say B is double. Oh. Interesting. That is not supposed to work like that. That's something a little bit off. Oh, Jeffy. Do you have any luck with the text lookup?
Yeah.
Show me what you got.
All right. So you can parameter.
You got to share your screen.
Oh, I wasn't gonna. I can. It's just a matter of putting quotations and then blank quotations. So say you had a value that you wanted to look up its name in a table. So if we can go back to your table, new test.
Let me open him up. I don't have him opened. Hold on. Actually, just bear with me. I'm going to close the rest of these guys. It's going to make me do them that way. What a pain in the butt.
I think you can right click close all or something, but
All right. Very good call on that. Nope, didn't do it. Close all windows. Didn't close them. Oh. Stupid. The other window was saying it.
yep.
Hey. All right. So we want the new test.
So say you had D, right? What is what 3 point or no? You want to do the property of B, which is 12 for
That
easy.
was what I was able to pull out. I was able to get that to work.
All right, so let's go with that one. So let's go back to Revit.
All right.
So let's do a parameter. Okay, B equals 12. All right, so let's do a new parameter that's going to be text. That's
All right.
I think it's got, is it instance or you want to make that an instance?
Oh, that might be something that we need to be doing.
All right, so now we want to do a formula. So the equals. So you copy the size lookup formula there.
Okay.
All right. So lookup table. So the where it says flange thickness, get rid of everything except for the quotes. Yep.
Just like that.
Yep. And then on the next one, put instead of the D, do like a quote NA. Quote. Yep. And then that's going to be B on the last one. All right. See what happens.
It's going to go to the false.
All right.
Because there was no 3.17.
Oh, I thought we were going for 12.
Yep. Son of a. So by doing that, you get the name.
Yep.
You get, let me get this straight. You get this first column.
Yep.
That what that's saying?
Yep.
All right. So is there any way for me to read the first column? So in other words, what I'd like to do is I'd like to type in a C12 by 30 and it do all this information for me.
Wouldn't that be a type table?
No, Jaffe, you showed me how to report a piece of text.
Yeah.
And you can only have one text. Right? I mean, it somewhere in that lookup table, because you did the parentheses, the double quotes right here, that's taking it to the first column.
Yep, because the first column doesn't have a name.
All right. Let me test one thing then. So if this is true, if this is working, I should be able to put in an 8. Let's see, the 12. The first 12 it got to was a 12 by 30. There are other ones that suffice it as well, the 12 by 25 and 12 by 20.7 that are not showing up. All right. But if I change this D value or this That's what's weird is how it's reading the B and the D. 3.17. Oh, there is only one of those for that. So if I go to a 3.05, it did read it. If I go to a 1.37, it did read it. Okay, we're very close. We're very close. My brain really freaking hurts, but we're very close. And you can't do a double lookup.
No, I think you can. Hold on.
Yeah, it's working, dude. We are like on the precipice.
Because you could put another value past that D, right?
After this D?
Yeah, I think you could go comma B if you needed to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can do that as many times as you want.
Huh.
So it's going to look at all in column D first, and then look in column B. Or
And it
Param-
must be if they're not all sufficed to report nothing. See, if I
Yeah.
put a 3.72, no. I want to know more about what that extra value does eventually, but I like how this part is working. I just need a little bit more. So let me see if I can get my flange. So we've got the flange thickness. Let me check it for 15 by 50. The flange thickness should be 0.65. The web thickness Control C should just be Control C, Control V, and then this guy should say web thickness. And that's 0.716, which is correct. All right. Then this is going to be a challenging one. I want to type in here at the 15 by 50, and I want you to check that. Can you check that? Well, according to what you said, according to what you're saying, if I made another text, you said an instance parameter, and I'm going to call this the size. Look at it, size, and it's a text. Now, if I typed in a C, 15 by 50, let's capitalize that one just in case it's not case sensitive. So my question would be, let's make one more text. Instance, we just call this XXX. Call it a text. Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Ditch that. I want to take X, the X value, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I want it to be from that lookup table. And what I want this to be, let's say this is I don't know, this guy here. The centered horizontal. Control C. So this one here, I'm actually trying to look up that name. And I want it to be a value of 1 if it's not found. And what I want it to actually do is find the size, which I'm going to say this. Inconsistent units.
I think I might have a different way.
All right, what you got?
So to look up the text on the lookup table, we were doing parameter name and then text. We want parameter name and other.
Here.
Yep.
So under that theory, if we insert, we take all this, Control V, we want this to be, this was the name. Text.
Nope. Yeah. So we want that / other. I think we just want it name and then other.
No, you got to have 3. Look. You got to have the parameter,
Name.
D. Then the next thing, which is a description of it. And then the units. We'll know right away if that lookup table doesn't work. And it won't.
Yeah. So try other instead of text.
Oh, that way. Other?
I'll see if you can get rid of that last other. Let's try it.
Oh, you fucking bastard. You are a miracle worker. So now that is there. So if we look at that, what we're going to go after is the name.
Yep.
So if we said this guy, Control C, Control V. All right. And we're going to look up the name, correct?
Yep.
Do you think I want the quotes on there or no quotes?
Probably the quotes. Yeah, you gotta have the quotes.
You gotta have the quotes. Then I can make it be a 1. And then this one here should be size.
Why is that a 1? That'd be quote. Put that in quotes.
See, that's why it's got the inconsistent units. I want to look up the size
Yep.
and see what that text value is. Man, you are so freaking close. You got that one thing working. I would have never got that working.
Table name.
See, I think you want to do that. No, then looking for the name.
So LT. Let's see. Lookup table. Well, that's that. That name definitely has to be in quotes. And then the next one needs to be a text too. Like, yeah, the in quotes.
In quotes.
Yep.
You see, then it won't work. Then it's got to be a text.
No, but
parameter-
the size isn't going to be a text because you're looking up the parameter value. So that's where I think you'd want like D or something, or B.
No, any of those going to give me an inconsistent units.
Well, because you're doing it in the X parameter, which is not a text parameter, right? So the
Correct. Correct.
output,
That the output's got to be a number.
well, you're trying to get the text right here. So
No. You see, that's where you want to. What I want to do is I want to read this value, which is obviously in there already. So I want to read the size, and then I want to look up the web thickness. So in other words, do you see how this here is going to D and D? And it's once it finds the D, it's checking the D value. If I pull the D value up, you'll see that it's pulling up. I can't quite see it all. Hold on. Too big. There you go. So it is going for this D value right there.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yep.
That's what it's reading. What I'm wanting it to do is just like that. I'm wanting it to read the name other.
Mm-hmm.
And give me the flange thickness.
All right. So we go back. So we'll look up table name. Look up name.
All right, we'll take this guy. We'll make him an instance parameter. Get an idea. We take this and we say Control C, say Control V. We want this to be a 1. I wouldn't think that would. There's no way that should be inconsistent units.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Maybe this is weird. Maybe this is something weird. Nope, that's a length. See, so if that's a length, and this is a length, why can't I put the same thing in both places? Control C, Control V, Enter. Inconsistent units. Huh? How can that be, Jeff?
I don't know.
Control V. Because I broke it when I inserted that column. If I Control X that out, right? Now it's got an invalid formula. Control V, paste it right back in. It's got inconsistent units.
Yeah.
I broke the lookup table when we did that other thing to it.
Gotcha. Oh, because the other doesn't have units?
Because the other doesn't have units or something. Something. I'm going to figure this out. And I do want to get the other working. But I think we have to go back to here. And I think this name other is not working. All right. So if we now manage our lookup tables, import, bring in that lookup table, say okay. Now we should be able to take this, Control C and Control V and enter, right? And then then I actually had said, we're not going to get confused with that other stuff. The other one was web thickness. Okay. So then the next one, you should now be able to take this guy, Control C and Control V, and it should work. We don't know what that X is, though. But that X would probably be one of these things here. The web filter, one of these values here. All right, so you've got flange thickness. What does this one say? Flange thickness location. You're not going to need all of those. But you do need to know what that guy's calling out. What does this bolt spacing mean? That's actually really cool, man. Section name. And then there's the other that you were talking about. Uh-huh. So, is there any chance we could call that guy?
Should be able to without getting the inconsistent unit. So,
No, when we have a text, what we want to get is this section name key.
Yep.
See that section name key? Control C. If we take and we say this lookup table, Control C, Control V, and instead of it looking up nothing, we're looking up that
section key name key.
All right.
There you go. And that goes by the D size.
That's right now it's all being driven by the D, but you understand I want to drive it by the other one. So in other words, if I wanted to make a new parameter, and I'm just going to call this QQQ, we're going to make this let's just say text. And I'll put it up there in the text. Okay. So if I want to look up the channels C1550, I want this to be looking up my size. No. I want this to be looking up Jaffe. Gives it inconsistent units. Why? I'm just not understanding that part, Jaff. Isn't it a text parameter? If we put in the D, it works. I don't think you can look up the text. I don't think you can look up the text. I think that's where the break is. I think could it be Daffy? Nope.
So try something else. So back down in the parameter name of your go back to the lookup table.
Mm-hmm.
So parameter name. Do you still have the one at the beginning? The name? We took that out.
We took that out.
All
But see,
right.
that's where we have this one right here. Look.
All right.
This one is working. We have this guy. Hold on, let me stretch this out. We
So
have
change
this
it.
name.
Change it from other to number. Up top.
Change it from other to number inside the box.
Yep.
What's that going to do for me?
Just try it. Lowercase, or it doesn't matter, I guess.
All right. Save that.
Yeah.
Import it.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's invalid. How about lowercase?
Try it. Don't think it's going to do it. Lowercase number
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Not going to do it. But I'll try it. Nope.
All right.
Now let me test something out. I'm going to put it back in as other, and I'm not going to be nice to the case. I'm going to go all cap. Or no, I'm going to go OTHER because I don't believe the case sensitivity matters.
I think you need another one. Instead of other, go back to other.
Yeah.
Do number. Go back, change that back to number.
Yeah.
And then after that one, do general. Yep.
I don't think it's going to like that. Holy shit. How the fuck did you find that? Jaffe. How?
Did that work? So that worked?
Well, that worked at least to allow that to happen.
All right. So now can you bring that in? Can you find that one?
All right. So we should be able to do, you should easily be able to do this to here because that's a text value, right?
Oh.
No. Invalid formula. How can that be an invalid formula? I just copied the one to the other. Why, oh, why? There should be no reason that you can't take that and put that there. Okay, and it worked. And I should be able to put it here, and it should work. All right, so it was doing something else weird. Okay, so now we want to look that parameter up. And And that parameter is called section name key. So it's looking up D. And where it's reporting it. See right here, I think if I put that name, it'll write the channel thing. Well, that's not, how can that even be?
What's that?
Grab a good number. I gotta grab a good D number here. 2.49. $2.49. Why is it not putting the word channel in front of it? I think this is where it reports that thing. Inconsistent units. And it's like I'm there and then I'm gone. No, that does seem to work. But I don't understand why this one with the double quotes. See, I would think that you would be getting this channel C1550. But we messed it up when we did the numbers general. Watch this. If I go back to other, the way that originally was, and blank that out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how it originally was. If I save that, and I re-import it, so now we take this guy, Control V. We want that section name key. I want to take those double quotes out. Should have said channel. Why would it not say channel? This is absolutely, but now I know why they didn't do this. Because I think you could spend a lifetime on this. Eric, you still around?
I'm here, but these things are more painful to watch than they are to work with.
Yeah, but if we get this working. See, the part that I think that is so bizarre is why when I go to the manage lookup table and re-import that guy, why does that formula go away? See that formula went away? Oh, my God, what a nightmare. I hope someone watches this, and I hope they're from Autodesk. There's something weird going on here. I don't think we can. Control C, Control V, Control V. Manage lookup tables, import and re-import that thing. Now, you should be able to go get that section name key right there. We also have, we took that out. I want to try 2.6. If I make D go to 2.6, it's definitely reading that. It changed all of those things. You could make it by default be the one that's there. Oh, Jeffy, I just got to read that text. Fuck! Cannot figure out for the life of me. Now it works.
I was going to say that should work. Save quick.
Now, under what we just did, we should be able to not change formats. We should be able to take this guy here, Control C, Control V. And what I want to do is I want it to report whatever's in Jaffe. That doesn't make any sense why that would be inconsistent units. Isn't that what it's looking up in the table? See, it's reading this D here, and it's matching this D to what the table is.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's pulling out the section name. So shouldn't we be able to do the same thing with that? In other words, the thing that, because this
is driven by D.
No, I just figured it out. Son of a bitch. Watch this. Control V. Nope. Hold on. I think I got it. Oh my gosh, I think I got it. Because the parameter, Control C, we need a new text that's named that. That's why. I know you said you think it needs to be instance, but all right. Where the heck is that? Say it's already created.
Because you created the variable.
No, look, it's not. I don't have it created.
No, when you, in the formula.
Oh. All right, let's just do this for a second. We'll put a 2 after that. So because it's right here, you're thinking that's the problem, right?
I think so. Yeah, that's the only place I can think of it.
All right. So now we should be able to rename this without the 2 on the end. Section name key is already defined. Please choose a different name.
It's down there at the bottom.
Oh, how the hell did it get down there?
I don't know.
Oh. Because that parameter wasn't built first. So I wish I knew when that thing was created. But I think that's what I need to do. I'm pretty sure that's what we need to, that is the mistake, is we need the section name key so it can pull from that. Can you delete that? You can't even delete that sucker. What about if you go like this and delete this? Invalid formula. That means all of these are bad. Still can't get rid of it. All right. What I want to do. Holy shit, this is a pain in the ass. That was those, that was this one here. So if we go to our medium. All right. So this guy shouldn't be contaminated with any of that, but guess what? It's got the section name key in there. Would one of you fellas want to look and see if the section name key is in yours as well? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I've got to see where that section name key came from, and it shouldn't be hanging on like that. Yeah, I need to do some closing, so just bear with me. Good gracious, I had a lot of shit open. That's my guy right there. Save container framing. All right. I just had too much going on. There was 3 nights of crazy work being done. All right. So if we open up the channel as provided from the Autodesk. Nope. Well, now I really messed things up. Last 300. Where the heck is it? Right there. So here we went to US Imperial. We went down to structural framing. And we go to, you know what, this is probably when they tried to do this with Autodesk. So we go get this C channel and we throw this C channel up here. And we look at the parameters. Sure enough. So we ask ourselves that question. Oh, maybe. Let's open up a wide flange because that'll be the second one we're going to go after. I wonder if all of them have a section name key. No, you don't even actually want to be there. So if I make a brand new family, that's structural framing, right? We start with the rudimentary, structured and beams and braces. Does it have section name key? All right. Finish testing. So if we said new family generic model, does it have a section name key? It does not. When I change it to structural framing, see it?
Yep.
All right. So that being said, we close that guy, close that guy. We're down to the channel. We now know that that's where that comes from. We could say structural name key number 2. We could now save this. We could come in here. We got to do that damn lookup table and everything again, huh? And to do the lookup table, this would be a good one to link to. We just say lookup table, and it needs to be a text type parameter, correct? And I'm going to throw this into the other. Then what you do is you manage lookups, you import that table. We're using this one called new test. Control C. Now what we can do is if we put new test in our lookup table, we can now do those lookup tables. Correct?
Yep.
And if you don't happen to know how it was written, which I don't, we cheated and we went back to there. All right. And we opened him up. We did all of that so we could get this size lookup. That was what I was thinking for. But we're going to go with the size lookup. Now we can take that. Let's see. WT, so we got 2 U's going. So we can now say, do a size lookup. And I'm going to look up, we're going to be looking up for D. So let's say the flange thickness, Control V. We said size lookup, go to the lookup table. And what I want to actually be looking up is D. If it doesn't find that value, it's going to report. Oh, that's just an inch mark. It's going to report a number 1 if it doesn't find it. And we're looking for flange thickness. I believe was one out here. Flange thickness. Control C. Control V. I think I just unraveled more than I ever would have dreamed. This is the one that needs to be the D.
And it's not lookup table name. It's lookup table.
See what's happening? Is this D needs to be capitalized.
Yep.
Either here. No, doesn't it? See, I think where it's getting confused is this D is not capitalized like it is in here. See how the D is capital?
Mm-hmm.
So if we change this guy to be a capital D, we take this guy and let's make this B equal to something else like BF for a minute. Now let's see if we can rename that D into a capital D. Why? It's tripping on itself there. And see, what I wanted to see is if I do that and then a control V and name that, and then put this back as a capital D. But it's not working, right? If I went to 10 inches, it should be looking something up.
Try reloading your table.
It's definitely got, I don't think it really works. If you're out of order somewhere, that's what's happening. See, all it's doing is it's reporting the false value. What do these locks do over here?
Those they lock the parameter so that another parameter can't wreck it, right?
Didn't explain much to me. It sounded like a good answer to most people.
No, I looked that up earlier. Oh, here it is. It is what's it say? I got it. Hold on. Lock constrains the parameter to the current value.
All right. Do me a favor. I'm going to mute for a second. If you guys just want to hang out, I got to talk to Mike for a second.
Right?
Have you spent much time on these lookup tables in Revit, Jaffe?
No,
Yeah,
I've done a little bit way back when, just kind of poking around, but generally no. I could see
Not
some cool
fun.
potential though.
There's potential. It's just when you're first trying to do it, or if you haven't done it in a while, it's just you see how long we've talked about it now.
Oh yeah. But it'd be kind of cool if we can get it so I could read the parameters and then build the table like in my Grasshopper file, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can get the parameter type, and I could do all the formatting. So you could actually build that CSV and then fill it out. Which I guess it's kind of cool though how it looks up from the file. It's not. So if you make changes though, you still got to go in there and load it, right? Reload it.
I think they've made it so that you don't have to do the reload every time in the newer versions,
All right.
but I can't guarantee that because I haven't messed with them much. Like I said, maybe 2012 was the last time I did some pipe fittings where I messed with them. Oh, did he put my screen on? I don't even know what family I'm in. Ow.
All right, I'm back. You guys still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for long.
Don't leave me yet, buddy. We're so damn close. I just can't figure out what the fuck is going on.
Well, if he's leaving soon, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. So, if we make a new parameter that's going to be named section name 2, Control C. We'll make that as a text. Uh-huh. See, it didn't give me that note before. Now make that new parameter. Control V. Text. All right. So, damn it, we want that damn lookup table again. Just had that son of a bitch. And it's not going to allow me to do that because of this weird number here, which is like 0.25. No, 0.25 inches. I don't see how anyone would ever get this. Now I understand why they weren't able to do this. So, we want that lookup table stuff from this one here. Control C. I really appreciate you trying to be there for me on this, Jaffe, because this stuff is just too fucking hard. So if we say we have our D value, and I want to look up. And I want it to look up for D. I wanted to say, and do you remember, was that NA supposed to be in the quotes?
Yep.
And then this one here is that lookup name number. Oh, no, we could just do the.
Section name 2.
No, I can't have that be the number. We could just do your double quotes. That would do it.
Because it's
Oh, I
lookup.
did the lookup table name.
Yeah.
And you know why that's happening? Because I just named mine lookup table, and they did theirs lookup table name.
Yep.
All right, but now what we want is actually see that didn't spit back the number. Why didn't that spit back the number, Jeff?
Do you have that value in D?
1 foot. So you're saying, is there a spot where D is 1 foot? No. So if we said 3.4 inches. See, there we did have a 3.4. How about 2.3?
Why don't you make an even one?
Well, why don't I? How come you don't get that till then?
I don't know.
All right. There's something I'm doing wrong here. I wish I knew what the fuck it was. But what I was thinking about going was the manage project units, set these length parameters to be decimal inches to 2 or 3 places. Okay. Now we can take and we can look at, and we look at our schedule, and we got a D of 3.4. 3.4. Control V.
There it is.
Yeah, but why didn't it do it the other times?
Because you were in a different unit, I think. Huh? Oh. If you expand that error, does it give you any additional info?
But it actually is right. I mean, it actually did what you wanted it to do. See, because if I come back here, 3.4, that is the correct thing.
Incorrect formula.
What if you go 3, then it goes NA, then you say, okay, the invalid formula found in the section parameter Jaffe,
Yep.
furious. I'm furious.
Yeah, that's a new error.
So if I said the flange thickness, Control V. So we were looking up D. We would say we got to give this a number. I'm going to leave it the number that it is, which is the 0.25. And this second one here, this needs to be the flange thickness. Flange thickness. Control C. Control V. Was that a 0.25? Oh, because it went to that default one. Okay, that all looks good. Let's make it a good size. 3.4. .4, and it did. Now we say okay. So this is the one that's not working. Say okay. Somehow it's getting stuck.
I wonder it's because you got rid of the section name key.
No, still there. Section name
No,
key.
but you got rid of it in the table, in the lookup table. Maybe it needs that. Nope. So back in the Excel.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
I was just trying to test that. All right. So if that's the case, let me real quick make an inbox, new email. And I want to write that equation. Okay. So your theorem could be that because this guy here is no longer right.
Yep.
So we could say this, copy, this, paste. And take that out. So we got that still the same.
Yep.
We save that. We reload that. We take that equation, Control C. We put that in the flange thickness, Control V. We say okay. Nope. Now none of them are working.
They're not working? No.
So we'll have to go back here. We'll have to take this guy here and delete him. All right. Was there anything else we did to this one? No. We saved that. We now manage the lookup table. We delete that. Yes. We re-import it. New test and say okay. We then and Control V. And it did pull it up, and it won't use it anymore.
All right, I gotta go.
Later, buddy.
Later.
Uh, When you get all the way out of Revit, damn it. You still there?
All right. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to go on that long.
All right. I found a little bit.
Did you get the lookup table to work?
No, I got something interesting. No, I did not get the lookup table to work. So if you go to the C shapes, we got one. These are the typical channels people use.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then there's this AISC SC AI Steel. All right. So the first question I have is, this is the one over here. This one is the one that came from the first folder. This is the one that came from the AISC. Now you'll see what happens is the one that comes from the first folder doesn't have all that SC stuff. It does,
Okay.
and from what we talked about earlier in the day, that's coming from the fact that this guy in his categories does not have its shape defined. This one, which is able to be used, is able to come from that one right there.
Okay.
That's the one that I created
A copy
the
of.
the table from.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you look at how it's written, could you not backtrace it?
Well, just remember that this one has all these extra information to take out to other programs.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm guessing that's not the one that's used. Now, this doesn't have a lookup table in it. But what I was concerned about this one, under manage, what does the units look like? You see how these units are feet and fractional inches?
Uh,
All right, watch this. Then why is it when I go to the properties, these aren't in feet and fractional inches? These are all in inches.
I don't know.
The only one that's feet and inches is these two guys up here. But the height and the width. You see how the height and the width are in
Yeah.
inches with decimals to the 4 decimal places.
Yeah.
Now, when I look at this one, you'll know that they're all in feet and inches.
Huh.
I don't think this is crazy.
Well, is it that when you say the stuff that it's the analytical stuff that takes out so that they can get all their whatever stuff correct, their calculations correct?
Say that, I didn't quite catch that.
You were saying that the difference in the two families is the other one has all the other parameters for stuff that it's sending to other softwares.
Yeah,
Is that so that they can get their calculations and stuff?
correct.
So wouldn't it be likely that if you're an engineer, you know to use that from that folder?
Jimmy, did they ever make that clear to you?
Well, no, but I've never worked for a structural engineer. I mean, I guess it doesn't seem like it would need to be made clear. It should be obvious to the user, but it's not. I would not know the difference between the two because I don't use steel enough. But I understand that it would be like having a fitting that has no connections for pipe or whatever. It's lacking information, but there's got to be is there a reason for that? Did they know that by adding all that analytical stuff, they were slowing it down tremendously on a scale?
I don't know.
No,
I
I
don't know why they provide it that way. I really can't come up with a reason to provide it that way. Let's see something. If we go into this subfamilies, we got 2 profiles. That's the one I want to read. Edit that. See, because that's where I think you should really put it. Okay? This is the one we want to actually drive. All right. So if we go over into this one and edit its, what was that, fine? I don't even remember. Oh, interesting. Code totally different. When I look at it, and that makes sense because that means that that's where I pulled that schedule from. There's the D and there's the B. Okay. So this is the one that's driven to the D and the B. And the D is the larger number. That's even better yet. So this one that you just saw, I pulled the profile from this family, right? This family is all in inches. This is all in inches. However, when I pulled the profile, you're going to see that manage. Where the fuck is manage?
The
Project
profile's
unit.
done in,
This is in
millimeter.
metric. This is all in metric,
That's funny.
right? So let's look at him again. So this is the one that has everything driven by the actual table that I made. So I'm going to now add a lookup table, which we decided is easy enough. We take lookup table, look up table, and it's a text parameter. Say okay. Then we go to the lookup table, we import. Ooh, it forgot because I closed mine. All right, CBIM new test. And we say here, new test. Now we should be able to take this guy here, Control C, and we should be able to put this right in the lookup table. And this is where it got confused between the D and the B, I believe. Let's go back to here. Yes, see, it's thinking that the D is this one. And the B is the bigger number. The B is the bigger number. Is the B the bigger number here? No. So I want to fix that. Before I go any further, we changed this early on, this D and this B. We need to save that. We need to come to here. We need to re-import that guy. Control X. Control V. Enter. No. And that's where my problem is.
Where?
Well, see,
It's not really-
if I put this B in here, now it worked. All right. Why? Why does the B, what does the B501 look like? 501 is either going to be a 3.17 or a 3.05. So if I made it this 3, it would change it to a quarter. If I made it 3.05, it would make it back to 5.01. So why won't it look it up when it's a D? So in other words, when I make this a D, it's not finding it. if I change this to 3.05,
Was this the same problem you were having before? With Jaffe, where it wasn't finding it? Was it case sensitive?
no, this doesn't have to do with that. This has to do with something else. It has to do with something else, buddy. Size lookup. Go to the lookup table, find the flange thickness. If you can't find it, put in a 1/4 inch and look it up for D. See, I would think right now, what if I put a 15 in there for D? No. See, if I put any of the other numbers in there, it doesn't work. Something's not written right, damn it. Oh, but we're so fucking close, man. But I wonder if it can even be done. If it can, then why the hell didn't they do it? I mean, you see what I want to do, don't you? I want to type in the size and have it all stretch according to that table. So you don't have to use that stupid TXT file in order to load the right one. That's all I'm looking to do.
Say that again. You're trying to do what?
What I want to do is I want to be able to, so that you can add another channel. So you could duplicate it and say which channel you wanted, and it would go to the lookup table and put all these sizes in, instead of you having to then go load a new size because it's so difficult to load those.
Okay.
Let's try this the different way. Let me go here. So if we go back to our pipe fittings, isn't this where I went? Steel flanges in the class 300. Perfect. So you take this guy and you drop him in. This has a lookup table. Okay. So I should use lookup table name because that's what they did. But this is saying the size lookup table. Going to the lookup table name, it's going to pull the FOD. If it doesn't pull the FOD, it's going to do the nominal diameter plus a little bit. Okay. So if we manage lookup tables and we export that guy to our BIM, all right, that would then allow me right here to pull this new, and I think this is a weld neck. All right. So, not loving that. So, what we're pulling from, all of these are just saying go to the nominal diameter and get that information. And the nominal diameter, maybe we got something. All right. So what I'm looking for here is, where does it say nominal diameter? none of those actually say nominal diameter. Do they? You know what it's doing? It's looking this value up right here. And it's saying whatever the nominal diameter is, go to this. Oh, no, really? Go to this and pull it. So if we do a 1 1/4, 5/8, which is 1 1/4, we should now be able to look at these values, and we should really, you know what? The software's gotten worse. It's really gotten bad. Oh, it's about to piss me off. All right. So, oh, wonderful. This is all in millimeters. Which sort of makes sense because that's what the hell it was. So let's go to millimeters. What a pain in the ass. How is anyone ever supposed to figure this shit out? See why they can't do it. Let's see this. Now, why is it not millimeters? Holy shit, dude. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I just changed this, I thought, to millimeters.
Were you in the correct window?
No, look. Millimeters. 3 decimal places. So now when you go to the properties, why is that shit still all in inches?
Go back to the unit settings.
Is that what you're thinking?
No. I don't know. I don't understand why it would do that. There you go.
That was why, wasn't it? And why was it pipe sizes? Because this is a pipe fitting. I mean, does that?
I didn't know that was a pipe fitting. Why is it a pipe fitting?
Well, this one here is a pipe fitting. That's the one that had a lookup table that was working. That's the one that the project parameter, see, it didn't take place until I went to piping.
Okay.
When I went to piping and I went to pipe size, then that worked. So under that premise, if I go back to common and I make this back into inches, that does appear to be the case, that pipe sizes controls pipe fittings. I never knew that. I never knew that. I'd love for you to try to make a new family, make a new generic model. You still sharing with me?
I should be.
Yeah. Make a new family, make it a generic model.
Now,
All right. Go change the units to millimeters.
does that manage?
Yep, manage.
For common?
Yep. Why does it not even list? Length is now alphabetical. They fixed that, huh? All right. Say okay.
Why is currency down at the bottom then?
I don't know, but they sure did move the common.
All right, so that's all you wanted?
Yep. Now I want you to go ahead and add a new parameter and make it a length parameter. And I want to see how it reads. Yep. Just type in some gibberish and hit OK. All right. So we'll assume that's millimeters, like you changed it to, because
Yep.
it doesn't have the inch mark. Say OK. Now change this to a pipe fitting. Yep, that's it.
It took it? Okay.
Right now, say OK. Now go change your pipe fittings units. Go check your units. Well, no, it kept it millimeters, didn't it?
Yeah. Those are
Right.
millimeters.
Okay, change that to inches. Pipe size to inches.
Pipe dimension?
No,
Pipe
pipe
size.
down. There you go. It is fractional inches. So it should have been inches. I don't
We
know
don't
how
know
that
what-
worked.
Yeah, but we don't know what we were seeing. We don't know what this is. 'Cause it
Type
doesn't
in
have-
one. Type in 1 inch. 1 inch mark and enter. See, so it's not about the pipe size in yours, but it is about it in mine. Now, how the fuck is that going on?
I don't know.
Go back to my screen.
Do not know, man.
All right. So we took this guy. We now made him to millimeters. We've got this thing here. So this is all reading from the nominal diameter. So it sure as hell shouldn't be 1.5. Because this is all in inches. Oh, this is in inches, but this is all in millimeters.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I mean, you see where that's, I mean, it's like, why the fuck did you do that kind of thing? So what if we said that this thing is 1.5 inches? They all changed. Let's see if they're working for the 1.5 inches. So the 1.5 inches, which is 3 inches, should be this guy right here. So our FTHK is this guy right there. Should be 27. And it did look that up.
It got the 117 and it got the 210.
Is that the next one? The
It's the
117?
FOD and the
Yep. Okay. So what is it actually looking up? That's the thing that I think we don't have correctly. See, it's looking up the nominal diameter.
Correct. Which you're
But
saying.
I don't.
three-
But I don't listen. Listen to me. I don't believe it's looking up this nominal diameter. I think it's looking up this.
Okay.
So we don't have a 22 inches. Let's see. 22. If we hit save, we come to here, we say manage lookup tables, import. We're going to import that guy from here and say, okay. So now if we made an 11-inch, that does not look like that did it, but we'll have to find out. Let's see. So it did not pick up the 775 for the, nope. So if we made it 5 inches, did it make it a 775? See, no, I'm
why
sorry.
would 5
I
inches
needed to
do
make
that?
that 10 inches. I needed to make that 10 inches. Hold on. I just tapped it one too many times. So it is looking up that number.
It's looking up the nominal dimension or the nominal diameter number.
Is it just looking it up because it's the first one in the fucking row?
No, it's ND right there. Somewhere on that page, it's going to say nominal
No.
diameter looks up.
You're not hearing me, though. You're not hearing me. If you would, what you'd see is that ND is just this first slot.
Correct.
That's all I think it's looking up.
Correct.
I thought you could look up FOD.
Well,
I thought you could look up another.
by-
Let's see this through. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in here. We're gonna make this 4.5 inches, 4.5 inches. I think I just found the rule out that I don't think I knew. Okay, so if I go look at that 4.5 inches, which is a 9-inch, which it's not reporting anything, so that doesn't work.
It's going to
Let's
be.
try
It's
that
going to
again.
be in
We want
between
that to
those
be
two
9
numbers.
inches. I want
But
that to
it's
be
gonna-
9 inches. Now let's look at it. So an 18-inch should be 710. See how it pulled the 710?
Yeah.
All right. See, so
If
what
it
I'm
doesn't, if you put a number like 9 in there, Brian, like you just did, it's
Yeah.
pulling. It was giving you a number that was somewhere between the two numbers on the screen I was seeing for 8 and 10.
yeah, all it was doing was it was saying the nominal diameter plus a little bit, plus a little bit, plus a little bit. It's saying if it doesn't find it, pull this number.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
See, it's doing all of this. This is a little calculation. So if I put a 1 in here, and I put a 1 in here, and I put a 1 in here, I put a 1 in here, and I put a 1 in here. Okay. Now, what'll happen is if that slot, the nominal diameter, if this doesn't equal something in the first slot, so in other words, if that doesn't equal anything in here, that's when it's going to go turn these all to 1 inch. So if you look at this, you can see if I put in a 19 or let's see, what could I put in? A 7-inch. So if I put in 3.5 inches, all those go to 1. But as soon as I put in 4 inches, it said, oh, I found an 8. Here's all your numbers. I'm going to feed you all those numbers. So what we thought was this ND somehow was you were able to check this nominal diameter against all these. I think you can only find it against the first slot. And that's what I think I didn't have right. So if this is true, if we make this a 22 and we save it, we come into here and we manage our lookup tables and we import that guy again. Now we just said we made one for 22 that wasn't there a second ago. So if I make this 11 inches, we shouldn't see a bunch of ones. We don't. If I made it 10 inches like it was, it goes to all ones. So my whole fucking problem is didn't realize that's what it needed to look up. I thought I could look up any parameter in this thing. I can only look up this row right here. Does that make sense to you?
And the rest are just reporting rows.
The rest are just all the values that are going to come from that. So if we use that theory over here, okay, we've got first, we're going to make that. Okay, so you got to make look up table name. Okay. Oh, that's about shit. Control C. Delete that. Yes. Make a new one. Control V. It needs to be a text. And we'll put it into other. We say okay. Now, so we've got this guy here. And what I'm now saying is, oh, and Jaffe named that motherfucker. And I think you could do just this. Oh man, we need him back. See, I thought I could look up from back at this end, but I think you can only look up from that first row. So if we said insert Control V, and said that this was the shape. Because I don't really think it matters. We take all of this, Control C, and paste it into here. Okay. Now, could we pull up that C15 by 50? That was why it was only working. All right, so I have to save. Then I have to come into here and I have to manage that lookup table, import this new one, new test. Okay. This guy is the new test. And then I want that one email that I was about to write. This one. Control C. So if we say Control V, right? What we want is this to be that name. What does that end up being? No. I see it. It can't look up a D because we don't have it. All right, so we're not ready for that. What we want to do is make a new parameter. That's a text. That is that name. So we just got to call it the shape, and it's text. So if you had C12 by 30 written there, C12 by 30. Now we want that damn lookup stuff. Controls. We want the flange thickness to be Control V to the shape. It doesn't say lookup table name. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Are you telling me that a C12 by 30, a C12 by 30 has a flange thickness of 0.501, which is just a matter of the rounding now. Son of a bitch, buddy.
So you are able to
This
pull from the whichever column you want.
You are, no. You can only pull from that first one. All right. So I need to go manage that project units. I need to change this to be decimal inches to the third place. Now it should say 501 when I go in there. And it does. So what this means is if you made this thing correctly, all you would have to do is type in the C whatever shape you would need, and it would automatically adjust to it. Okay, I want to show you what I'm talking about. So if we went to another one, so a 15 by 40, if I was to come in here and I was to say, give me a 15 by 40, see how that changed to that 650? So all we now need to do is harvest. So the web thickness is going to be that one right there. So it's going to be exactly the same, Control C, Control V, but this is the web thickness.
Okay.
All right. What is the X value? We don't know. This one we do know, right? This one is going to be, so if your flange thickness, this one's going to be D, the bigger one, and the smaller one's going to be B, right? So this one should be saying D. That's correct. And this one should be saying B. Well, I'm extremely excited, buddy. We can fucking blow people's minds. So the only thing we don't have is that X value. If we could find what that X is actually calling out. What do you think that X is even calling out right here? Ah. All right. Is there a chance we could figure it out that way? Was any of these a 0.676?
674.
Yeah, I saw that. All we have to do is figure that one out. If we knew which one we started out with, how could you find that? That could be here, right? So we only have the one size, which is the 12 by 39. All right, let's see if we can set that. So we need to fix the length to be project units, make this decimal inches. I don't know how you'd ever figure this out. And I sure as hell would never have gotten this far without you two on. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being here.
What's that?
All right. So this is a 12 by 30. Okay, that's what he is. And we want to know the X value is 676. You might be right. It might be that one. 12 by 30. We highlight this whole row. Do we have any 676s in there? So that being said, let's go with the fact that there's an even number, and that is the centroid horizontal. See that? I think you were right. You said there was one in there that was close. I think it was just a rounding error. So I think all you need to do is make this guy here, that X value, should be the centroid. X. It's so hard to work. You got to have an extra sheet to copy and paste shit to. And see, I think it's supposed to be this. This. Take this centroid horizontal, Control C, and put that in place of the D. Control V. Now, if you knew any size, like a 12 by 40, you'll notice they all go to 1/4 inch because they're all going to the default break. There is no such thing as a 12 by 40.
Okay.
Okay. So what we would want to do, because at that point, the thing would eat itself. If they were all 1/4 inch, it wouldn't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we could do is we're going to make ourselves a holder. We're going to make this thing extremely big. If it's a C15 by 50, okay? So if we go C15 by 50, and it'll be interesting if it finds that one. It did not. It's case sensitive. So if you made it C15 capital by 50, then it found it. So you see these values right here where this says this number. I want to make this say 799, right? See how that's 716? I'm going to put that 716 in there. See how that one is 6.5. Next one is 15. And next one is 3.72. Okay. So what I just did was I made it. It's like an error trap. If you pick a size that's not on the list, it's going to automatically fix it. If I load this into my, I think I want to say C channel, but I don't want to double check. C channel. If I load this into my C channel and override it.
Didn't like it.
It didn't like it. Probably because this detail here, these are all linked. See how these are all linked? We can't have that. We need to let those all be driven by the lookup table. Now, see this section shape. Why can't I do the section shape? Fuck me. So you actually want to do all of that over in this one.
In the family.
In the family, not the actual profile. Oh, so we go like that. That's fine. That actually will make it easier for me because then, all right, those are all equal. So we now need to do all that lookup just exactly the same way. So how would I do that? I could steal this guy, bring him over here. So we can say here, we're going to get that thing. Control C. We're going to come here. We're going to make a new parameter. Control V. And it's going to be a text. And I'm going to put it in other. All right. So now we need to manage the lookup tables. We need to import that new test. Say OK. Now we can start copying and pasting. New test, Control C. Control V. Come here. My BF is going to be that. Control C.
Wait, you got to do this for all of them or just for one shape?
I just have to do this one time. Oh, no, I didn't. Well, you know what I didn't do yet? I didn't make the shape. Let's see. So I need to make one named shape. That's text. Make a new one. Shape. That is text. I'm going to put him under construction. All right. We can come to this one. We can take the actual shape. Control C. Need to reply that. Control V. You now can get the first one, which is the BF. Control C. Now I should be able to put that in the BF. Control V. Okay. Why? It just worked. Because I don't have one picked. No, let's go 15. Let's go 10 by 30. It's looking it up. This is the same problem we had before, though. Why does it say that?
I don't know, man.
Oh, fuck me. What is the D? The D is this one. Control C. The D. Control V. but it did work. Why is it doing that, Eric?
I don't know, man. I'm serious. It's the lookup tables. Did you do research on the lookup tables? On whatever? Chat GPT or whatever?
No, but that may be what we do tomorrow. It wasn't exactly how I wanted this day to go, but at least we're on the precipice. I'm telling you, this will work. What
Okay.
is that?
Well, what do we need to do with the job? Did either of the guys get on today?
No. File new. How about we try something different?
Ginger did for a little bit, but I didn't see when she left.
She was, yeah, but I don't even know that she was paying attention. I don't know why Nathan didn't join. Don't have any idea. So if we take this and load this into that project, which is family one, right? We now could do a sweep. We can sketch a path, select the profile, and say finish. Okay. So now, can you take him? If we go to families, profiles, see that? So now we can put a new shape in here. I don't know what I want to call it. I'm going to call it shape so I don't get confused. All right. So under the theory of what I was just able to do, just imagine if you had a family that you could type in right here, any one of these I needed. So I could type in a C 5 by 9 and say okay or apply. It didn't change. It didn't change. See, 5 by, oh, because I typed it in wrong. C5 X9. See? So you could do a C3 by 6. So you could pick any size you wanted, and notice how easy this thing is.
Okay.
And you understand where I'm coming from is if you make, what I'm saying is, why in the hell do they have those type catalogs where you go, I just think it would be so nice to be able to put in your angles and let it calculate all that stuff out for you.
So now you have that working. Is it interchangeable with the shapes, or do you have to make one of those for each shape?
Watch. I can do it. Why? I can do a 15 by 40.
No, I'm saying, can you go from a C channel to a Y flange?
No, we need to do this for those type objects. We need to do it for each one of those things. We would need to do this lookup table game.
Okay.
So when we drew that, if we looked at the left view, that's where it would be driven by. So what I actually want to do is I want to put that in mine, and I'll do it for the channel and the tube. And then my channel and tube, I won't have, because that's the whole problem is for the channel and the tube, for the channel and the channel especially, you don't want to try to figure out what all of those flange thickness, all of those things are. That should all be driven by that lookup table. So, and then I'll figure out that other angle automatically. All right, I can do that. Oh, I mean, I don't know if you can tell, dude. I'm like super happy. My brain is super sore, and I think I need to digest this in my sleep tonight. But
Okay.
I'd like to pick up here tomorrow if we can do this again tomorrow.
Yep, that's fine. Can we confirm that we can get plumbing to where we want it and get it copied out and get a little headway? See if they join on, maybe.
Yeah. And you can actually. I'm telling you, you can take over the plumbing.
All right. Well, I'd like to. I mean, I know I added the isometric sheets, but I don't love how the one looks. I don't want to mess with it now today.
We'll look at it tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna call Nathan. We're gonna go ahead and drop off at this point.
All right.
Later.
Later.